guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue airstrikes across Yemen after the country's Houthi rebel group fired 2 missiles at Tel Aviv. Trent Murray is there.
Netanyahu said Israel was prepared to act with the same force it deployed against Iran's other, quote, terror groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. The IDF in recent days has confirmed it's launched airstrikes on port, energy and oil facilities in Yemen that it says were controlled by the Houthis. The US Air Force has also been striking sites in the country as part of a coalition with the UK, whose mission is to try and protect international shipping in the nearby Red Sea.
US President Joe Biden's commuted the sentences of dozens of people sitting on death row, meaning they will now not face the death penalty. He took the decision to ensure President-elect Donald Trump can't resume those executions when he returns to the White House next month. Meanwhile, one of Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand ex-politician, is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the general expectation of sex in return, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. The report also says the former Florida congressman used illegal drugs while in office. He denies wrongdoing. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. She added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online, with some even considering him a folk hero.
And we're learning more details about the man accused of killing 5 people and injuring dozens more at a Christmas market in Germany. Our Europe correspondent William Denzelo brings us more details.
Taleb al-Abdel-Mohsen is a Saudi national who moved to Germany in 2006 and is accused of driving a car into the Magdeburg Christmas market on Friday night. Authorities say the suspect is self-described as an ex-Muslim who's expressed right-wing and anti-immigrant views. Officials say previous tip-offs about him had been taken seriously.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, spending this week casting a gaze into our 2025 crystal ball with the help of the New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Steve Erlinger, one of the most seasoned and nuanced observers globally. He's been talking to America's Council on Foreign Relations about the issues he will be watching over the next 12 months.
October 7th, when Hamas went and invaded Israel, was like the fall of the wall in 1989. It was completely unexpected.
Today, Israel and Gaza.
Hamas, as we know, is devastated, but what next in Gaza? The war is pretty much over there, but Israel has failed to produce the political conclusion that would let them leave. And I'm not sure they want to leave. Iran is looking quite naked. Trump wouldn't join an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear program, but he might sanction it. And also he might not bother too much if Israel moves to annex more parts of the West Bank, like the Jordan Valley. So there's a lot to play for and a lot of uncertainty, but there's no question that Israel is to some degree setting the agenda now, and Iran is very much weakened.
Tomorrow, Turkey, a huge beneficiary of the collapse of the regime of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Here's a reminder of our top stories again. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue airstrikes across Yemen after the country's Houthi rebel group fired 2 missiles at Tel Aviv. US President Joe Biden's commuted the sentences of dozens of people sitting on death row. And Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Hire in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Well, according to the clock on my wall, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And that means it's Christmas Eve. That is correct. We will, from time zone to time zone, roll into the holidays. Ready or not, they're here. Hello, Buckeye Boy. Hello, Captain Ron. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Jerry's on board. 37 degrees in Kokomo. Just started a turkey on the smoker. The kids will be here about 2 in the afternoon. Food, fun, and a nice visit. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for making the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show possible. Thank you. All the truck drivers that make our everyday living possible for us. Thinking about the people on the West Coast that were on that pier when it floated out to sea. Be safe, everybody. And remember what Christmas is all about. Yeah, so here we are. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'm not going to complain. Things have warmed up a little bit over the last 24 hours. At least we're not freezing. Actually, 43 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. No Santa Claus hat. I didn't even think of that, Pappy. It's Christmas Eve, right? Should have the Santa Claus hat on. So trust your week's off to a good start. Obviously, there are many that are home for the holidays. There are many others that are going to be heading out over the hills and through the woods. And there are some issues that may slow some of our Christmas travelers down. One system impacting the Northeast. Another rolling into the Northwest. And in the heart of the country, we've got some rain, some pockets of heavier rain. Let's start with our travelers' weather here on what I expect will be a very busy travel day, probably one of the busiest here between the Christmas and the New Year. A storm bringing just enough wintry precip to cause some travel trouble ahead of Christmas Day from the Great Lakes in the Northeast. This is going to include Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. There's a swath of heavy snow that's going to move along the northern tier of the region. A smaller amount of snow and kind of an icy mix falling further south. Travel hazards and delays likely on the roads, while airline delays will mount due to de-icing operations in some of the big travel hubs from the Great Lakes to the I-95 corridor. The bulk of the wintry mix passing through north of Chicago today for Tuesday. By the time there's some spotty precip around the metro area, temperatures should be just a bit above the freezing mark. Meanwhile, around Detroit, snow is in store into the evening, maybe up to an inch of accumulation there. Because the temperature may be above freezing during most of the snow around the immediate city. At least some of, and perhaps much of the snow will melt on the roadways. Outside the city, secondary roads may be slippery, since snow showers may persist into the early hours here Monday night into Tuesday morning. As the road temperatures drop, things could become slippery. Now, we've got some heavier snow, 6 to 12 inches in store, forecast for northern portions of Michigan from this particular storm. I think most of that has already fallen. What I'm seeing is the heavier snow now falling in the northeast corner of Ohio, northwest, and north central Pennsylvania. Much of New York, with the exception of areas, say, south of Albany down to New York City, the precip has not arrived yet. But the snow and ice right on the heels of the coldest morning you saw in 2 years, Monday morning, for much of the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic. And since February of 2023 in eastern New England, even though temperatures are not going to drop pretty much at all tonight, it will be cold enough for frozen and freezing precip to cause some problems. In the central Appalachians and around the eastern Great Lakes, It won't take long for many untreated roads to become slippery through the evening. A general 1 to 3 inches of snow from western and northern Pennsylvania to much of upstate New York on into Tuesday. There will be a swath of heavier snow along 3 to 6 inches for northern New York into northern New England. Could see pockets of 6 to 12 inches in the Adirondack, Green, and White Mountains. While that will provide skiers in the region a fresh, natural covering of powder just in time for Christmas, obviously motorists headed through the central and northern Appalachians and the eastern Great Lakes, be prepared for some slippery travel overnight tonight and through Tuesday morning. Vast stretches of I-70, 76, 80, 81, 86, 7, 8, 9, and even I-90. As the moisture from the storm reaches toward the coast, some of it will diminish and fade away, but even a small amount of snow or ice can make for slippery, dangerous conditions on the roads and sidewalks where those temperatures dip near the freezing mark. Around the D.C. and Baltimore area, there may be just a few hours of occasional light wintry mix or maybe some icy rain during the morning hours, including the Tuesday morning rush here, Christmas Eve. Further north along 95, a wintry mix forecast around the same part of the day in Philadelphia, a coating to an inch there, where there's more snow for a time rather than sleet or freezing rain. Around New York City, the snow will be beginning during the overnight hours to the north and west of the city. Snow's likely to begin near or shortly after daybreak and continue to vary in intensity through Tuesday morning. For the city, maybe again a coating to an inch in the forecast there. Most of that will be on the non-paved surfaces. Now, most roads will be wet once they're treated during the midday hours. Boston, periods of snow forecast to begin tonight and continuing through the midday hours here on Christmas Eve. Again, a coating to an inch in store, like around New York City. Once the roads are treated, roads should just be mostly wet during the midday hours around the city. Could find a few slippery spots. Just watch the bridges and overpasses. In the wake of the storm, it's going to be relatively quiet, good for travel for the evening hours, later Christmas Eve and on into Christmas Day for the eastern Great Lakes into the northeast. No significant lake-effect snow forecast to follow this storm. Any areas that remain wet at the end of the day could become icy Tuesday night into Christmas morning. Meanwhile, a potent storm will bring some drenching rain and even locally severe thunderstorms to parts of the south central states. As we look toward Christmas Day, latest indications are that while some rain and wintry precip will streak northward into parts of the upper Midwest, most of that should be rather spotty and on the lighter side. Meanwhile, the train of storms continues to roll into the west coast. I said it was a tale of the northeast and the northwest. A storm swinging out of the Rockies that will lead to some travel problems on and around Christmas Day. Some localized flooding, severe thunderstorms, and patchy fog over the south central states. First storm's going to push from Oklahoma, Texas later today, Tuesday, moving into Arkansas and Louisiana come Christmas Day. We could see some stronger thunderstorms. We'll tell you where to watch as we roll into Christmas Eve. Yes, indeed, for 2024. And we did say hello to Buckeye Boy. Jerry is on board. Hello to Steve, checking in from Simi Valley. Good to have you with us. Marianne, there's Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. God bless the overnight drive family. Merry Christmas. Keep the people in the Carolinas and Tennessee in our prayers once again. As always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, pulling up the very latest from AAA. Just like the Thanksgiving travel season, records are again expected to be broke during the year-end holiday travel season. AAA is projecting 119.3 million people traveling 50 miles or more. But it's an extended stretch, going back to several days ago, over the past weekend, all the way to January 1. Surpassing the previous record set back in 2019 by 64,000 travelers, exceeding last year's total by nearly 3 million. This is the time of year when lifelong memories are made with loved ones. Travel plays a big role in that, according to Vice President of AAA Travel, Stacy Barber. And this year, with Christmas Day falling on a Wednesday, we are anticipating record-breaking travel numbers the weekend before and the weekend after. This past weekend was supposed to have been a very, very busy time. Some of the most popular destinations this year, travelers seem to be in search of warmer weather, as the majority of the most popular domestic holiday destination on AAA's list this year are in the southern states, with the exception, as usual, of New York City. But many Florida destinations, Orlando topping the list. That's where the Carolina Monkey Gouger and family, grandkids are going to be headed sometime in the coming days. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Miami, Florida. On the West Coast, you've got Anaheim, Los Angeles, California, followed by Tampa, Florida, Las Vegas, Nevada, Honolulu, Hawaii, Charleston, South Carolina, New Orleans, and there is New York City. Now, they're projecting 107 million people traveling by car. You should avoid traveling by car. This past weekend was a busy time before Christmas Day and again, before New Year's Day. Should you have the best travel luck on the holidays themselves? Well, it would be actually Christmas Eve today, Christmas Day, and then New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Other nationwide travel could be up to 30% longer. And in New York City specifically, drivers should see more like double the typical traffic delays there. With the near record number of auto travelers, drivers should expect delays in and around the major metro areas. Sunday was anticipated being one of the worst days to travel. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Joe is checking in to say, I bet Merry Christmas. Hi, Joe.
Oh, hey, Steve. Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Doing all right. Yeah, I can't believe we're already rolling into Christmas Eve. Are you ready for the big Christmas day?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely been a hectic time for sure. What have y'all been doing?
Well, I mean, we still have wrapping to do on the list today. And aside from that, we're not really going to be doing any traveling. How about you guys? You going to be doing some traveling over Christmas to New Year or just staying around the home 20?
No, not this month. We're hoping maybe next month we might go down to Tennessee. But for now, we're just staying home. And, yeah, we were out today, and the weather's been pretty crazy, all this ice and snow. So I hope everyone out there listening is driving safe and taking care for sure.
No doubt. So
but I just want to wish you a Merry Christmas and all your listeners. I hope you're all having a great day, and God bless. Thank you.
Well, it's great to hear from you, and tell Daddy, a.k.a. the Prophet, we said hello, and we're looking forward to his checking in one of these days. He'll get back by to say hello. All right, Brain Dead Morning, Steve. Merry Christmas to you, along with all the cartoon characters. Let's see. I'm at the first of two stops in Paducah. A little bit of light rain on the windshield. Took the night off last night since I was recovering from a food coma after having dinner with one side of the family. I heard the news minister had passed away. Yes. Oh, and before I forget, 49 days till pitchers and catchers report. 93 days till opening day of 2025. Oh, and I can't forget, it's 40 days till the Clash at Bowman Gray, 54 days till the Daytona 500. He's already looking forward to next racing season. All right, high pressure pumpkin on board. High pressure pumpkin. Merry Christmas from northern Idaho. All right, so you made that long journey out there. I guess he made it safely. He and the kids planning on do some skiing and snow tubing and wintertime fun. Definitely a white Christmas in northern Idaho, right? Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 35 degrees tonight. Finally finished up the huge project that went most of last week and ended this past day. I was getting up at 0700 hours, coming home late, so didn't really have the energy to stay up and listen in. I missed my trucking family. Hope everybody has a very Merry Christmas and a special thank you to all the drivers who are keeping the tires rolling through the holidays here. We're going to begin prep today for Christmas dinner on Wednesday. Yeah, we've been, dry aging a prime rib for over a week. And I'll get the baked potatoes cooked up here for Tuesday. And once they're cooled, we'll make some twice-baked potatoes. We'll also be making marinated Brussels sprouts in the air fryer and going to do some bacon-wrapped asparagus. There you go, all the fixins. Also, bacon-wrapped scallops as an appetizer, then the house salad. daughter-in-law is going to be making the fresh bread, and we have the Oreo cream cake for dessert. I enjoy this time of year and having the family around. All right, hope you have a great night, a great Christmas. Everybody, be careful out there. Thank you so much. Hello to Paul. Hope one and all enjoy a great Christmas. Thank you to all who helped us receive our packages, a.k.a. the truckers out there. There's Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. Merry Christmas to everyone. Another day, another cargo heist in the Philadelphia area. This time it was several televisions. You know, it's been a very, very busy, all year long. Yeah, week after week, talking about cargo theft in the Philadelphia area, organized crime rings. All right, so we roll into a new day. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I thought this would just be a good morning for folks to chime in and maybe shout out a very Merry Christmas to some of your friends on the road. This will be our last program until we come back next week, roll it into the New Year's weekend. So there you go at 844-844-3388. There are some industry headlines to update you on, and then more on travelers' weather and the latest in all the big news around the world, all coming up.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue airstrikes across Yemen after the country's Houthi rebel group fired 2 missiles at Tel Aviv. Trent Murray is there.
Netanyahu said Israel was prepared to act with the same force it deployed against Iran's other, quote, terror groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. The IDF in recent days has confirmed it's launched airstrikes on port, energy and oil facilities in Yemen that it says were controlled by the Houthis. The US Air Force has also been striking sites in the country as part of a coalition with the UK, whose mission is to try and protect international shipping in the nearby Red Sea.
US President Joe Biden's commuted the sentences of dozens of people sitting on death row, meaning they will now not face the death penalty. He took the decision to ensure President-elect Donald Trump can't resume those executions when he returns to the White House next month. Meanwhile, one of Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand ex-politician, is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the general expectation of sex in return, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. The report also says the former Florida congressman used illegal drugs while in office. He denies wrongdoing. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. She added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online, with some even considering him a folk hero.
And we're learning more details about the man accused of killing 5 people and injuring dozens more at a Christmas market in Germany. Our Europe correspondent William Denzelo brings us more details.
Taleb al-Abdelmohsen is a Saudi national who moved to Germany in 2006 and is accused of driving a car into the Magdeburg Christmas market on Friday night. Authorities say the suspect is self-described as an ex-Muslim who's expressed right-wing and anti-immigrant views. Officials say previous tip-offs about him had been taken seriously.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Looking more at our travelers' weather coming up here. It's not really the news you wanted to hear, as we've had major disruptions in western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee in the wake of Hurricane Helene, primarily Interstate 40. The word comes from the North Carolina Department of Transportation that the reopening of that stretch of interstate delayed further after a part of the roadway collapsed last week. We're talking I-40 at the North Carolina-Tennessee line that was scheduled for reopening in January after the severe damage sustained during Helene back in late September. But now they've reported a major setback. Officials said Friday that an additional chunk of asphalt fell away from an eastbound lane of I-40 into the Pigeon River Gorge last week. The cause of the new collapse blamed on wet weather and what they call the freeze-thaw conditions. Freezing at night, thawing during the day. It's now unclear when I-40 could reopen. But the DOT said they're working with engineers and contractors on a fix for the new damage. It is an unfortunate situation. According to the DOT Division 14 engineer Wanda Payne, it's a new hurdle we have to overcome in order to provide a safe facility for the traveling public. All right, we'd like to open the corridor as soon as it is safe to do so. Obviously, we know this is a crucial route, a critical route, for folks who live here and many visitors and folks traveling through the region. So the obviously recommended detours, trying to head to southern Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, use US 74 west to Tennessee and Virginia, 77 north to I-81 south. For east of Winston-Salem to Tennessee, Virginia, 74 west to I-77 north to 81 south. Very busy detours once again. Meanwhile, travelers out west immediately ahead of Christmas here. Christmas Eve will contend with wet roads along much of the west coast, stretching from the Canadian border to California tonight, Monday night through Tuesday and Tuesday night. A new storm will be coming ashore. Precip will fall, could eventually fall as far south as Los Angeles. Rain will be heaviest overnight tonight, Monday night into Tuesday morning across northern California and southwestern Oregon. Falling snow levels will allow that rain to change to snow all the way down to many of the pass levels. While amounts will not be excessive, roads will become slippery very quickly after the snow begins, and it comes down heavy at times. Now, oftentimes snow levels rise, then fall throughout the duration of storms out west. This can lead to other hazards besides just snow-covered and slippery roads. Shifting snow levels falling over the high country increases the risk of avalanches with each storm right into next week as the increasing snow cover becomes more unstable. For anyone traveling out west Christmas Day, most of the region should enjoy a brief respite from the rain and snow. An exception will be some snow showers in the inner Mountain West by late in the day and during the overnight hours. The next storm will be barreling in to the Pacific Northwest. Seattle will have periods of rain in the afternoon. Portland, maybe a couple of showers late in the day. The next storm is also likely to have a fair amount of wind, especially as it initially moves inland Christmas Day night into Thursday morning. With the saturated ground and the wind, there will be the risk for at least localized power outages. Highest risk is going to be on along the immediate coast. Winds expected to be the strongest there. As the storms through this week and potentially even into the weekend, the rain amounts are really going to begin to add up. Rain totals through this series, through the end of this week. And we're talking maybe 6 to 10 inches of rain along the coast from Vancouver Island through Washington and most of Oregon, as well as Northern California. This is going to lead to rises on streams and the increased risk with each passing storm. Each successive storm increasing the flow and the water levels of the short-run rivers that flow out of the Cascade, coastal ranges, and the Olympics. Some rivers may flood unprotected areas along the banks. All right, above pass levels in the mountains, especially the Washington Cascades and the Sierra Nevada, snow will be piling up to the tune of maybe 2 to 4 feet. Looking further down the road, there may be a break in the parade of storms toward New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Tough travel for folks out west. Watch the mountain passes there. Hello to the Donut Man. Good morning and Merry Christmas.
Good morning and Merry Christmas to you and your family, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, good to have you on board.
Any guys heads up coming across 90? My driver coming out of Buffalo has some snow coming across 90, so said the roads weren't too bad. We had to slow down a little bit, but up here across where I'm at, it's like 30. It's about 38 degrees up here right here by 90 and 271 by Manor, so it's not too bad. But did I hear right, Steve? You said the minister passed away?
That is correct. You got where Uber Ed, of course, Uber Ed was a good friend of his. They chatted on a regular basis, and he said he hadn't heard from him in a while, but he sent me I got all the details. Passed away on the 17th, so I guess that was last Tuesday.
Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know we disagreed and had our issues, but man, I just don't wish that on anybody, especially this close to Christmas.
Sure.
My thoughts and prayers and condolences to his family. And I hope, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, just not a whole lot going on. You got the big plans with the. Don't plan on spoiling the grandkids too much, do you, Steve?
Oh, never. No. No, like I said, we got a lot. Got to do we procrastinated. We got all the shopping done, but we've been kind of procrastinating on wrapping stuff. So that's always a fun task.
Shopping's the easy part. It's the wrapping. It's a pain in the ass.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we put it off so late. But I mean,
I'm not big into wrapping myself. That's
Christmas Eve. You can't wait any longer, right?
Nope, that's why I usually hand stuff off, my wife's stuff. I have the wife's daughter like, hey, do me a favor, wrap this for me, would you? The wife usually wraps the grandkids and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are growing up now. See, my oldest grandson just turned 18 this year, so I don't seem possible, but.
So you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry.
My grandkids there at the truck shows.
I did, yep. So you don't have to worry about kids waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean, shortly after you go to bed, you can actually maybe sleep in a bit on Christmas Day now.
Yeah, that's a good part. But it's just basically this year, just me, my wife, and the daughter this year. We're not going anywhere or doing anything. So everybody's got all the plans and. So, yeah, we're just going to sit home, and we just kind of do like a soup and sandwich kind of thing. I'll make biscuits and gravy for breakfast on Christmas and fry up some taters and just have like biscuits and gravy for breakfast.
There you go.
Soup and sandwiches throughout the day and keep it simple. Fat people like me don't need to be eating a whole lot anyway, plus type 2 diabetics. So
yeah, okay, yeah, watch
try not
out.
To eat too much stuff, so. But yeah, I just wanted to wish everybody, Steve, a happy and a merry and safe Christmas, a happy and safe New Year. I hope Santa Claus is good to everybody, and pray for everybody to have a joyous Christmas. And I feel blessed to have a lot of you guys in the trucking family, been a part of my life for a lot of years now, and you've been a part of my nights for. I don't even want to think how long it's been now, Steve. I know it's been over 20 years already.
Absolutely.
We started showing our age a little bit, but I can still remember when you first came to town, and your road trip to Canada. That's how. I started listening to your dad in 1987.
Wow, so that was my first week coming to work with my father. We did the Canadian road trip. Yeah.
Yep, I can't believe it. That don't seem like it's been that long ago, but yeah, I'm glad you've been a part of our life, your family. You got a terrific family. I always look forward to seeing them at the truck show every year and seeing you at the show every year. And hell, it won't be too long. We'll be getting our plans made for that already, as fast as this year's gone by.
Yeah. Well, don't let me make you feel older.
Christmas.
We're talking. We're a whole lot closer to 30 years than 20 years. That first week was 1996, Donut Man.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Nearly 30 years.
We are getting old, Steve. And I tell you what, it's been a great ride, and I'm glad to see it continue. And I'm glad Chris got you back on and keep this ride going. You've been a part of our lives for a long time, informing us. Keeping us up to date with weather and industry news. And as like Jolly Green says, all the cartoon characters out there, and horse feathers remind us each week. It's when, it's like Pappy said, it's not official till horse feather sells us.
Oh, yeah. It's like,
horse feather tells.
I don't know. What day is it anyway? Is it like Casual Tuesday? Is it
day after yesterday?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Right.
It's kind of it's kind of like a casual day.
Well, Merry Christmas, Donut Man, and if we don't hear from you like next Monday, Tuesday morning, Happy New Year. Can you imagine that? Yeah, we're rolling into 2025. 2026 will be 30 years, 30-year anniversary involved in trucking radio. Now, that on top of how many years in country music and Christian radio before that? It is 844-844-3388. Yes, indeed. Clear lines, a quiet morning. Dial us up. Join on in. We've got the update. Philip brought up this past. I had not caught it over the weekend, obviously having taken place in Florida. Saturday night in Orlando, Florida. He was up on the early news, but they had the big drone Christmas display. These big, putting hundreds of drones in the air, and they put on these beautiful aerial shows. In some cases, they're kind of replacing the drone displays, what used to be fireworks displays. But something went wrong. And many of these drones just started going wild, crazy, flying into the people, into the crowds. And a 7-year-old boy with serious injuries undergoing open heart surgery after one of those drones hit him in the chest Saturday night. Again, we'll give you the update on that coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Good morning, it's Jerry. He was asking Yeah, what's the deal with the famous pier collapsing off the coast of California? So let me give you the latest on that, then we'll get to the drone malfunction situation in Florida. But at this point, according to the update from Los Angeles, two people rescued and a third swimming to safety after a California pier that was under construction partially collapsed and fell into the ocean this past day. Now, we've been talking about the parade of storms impacting the West Coast. The Central Coast was being pounded by heavy surf from a major storm expected to bring hurricane-force winds to the seas off the Pacific Northwest. Residents were warned to stay away from low-lying areas near the beaches around the Santa Cruz Wharf, about 70 miles south of San Francisco, as this storm was rapidly gaining strength. The storm's high surf and flooding prompted the city of Capitola, about 4 miles east of the wharf, along the Monterey Bay, to order guests at waterfront hotels to evacuate if they had ocean-facing units. Residents in the city's business district were told to shelter in place or leave the area. In Santa Cruz, lifeguards rescued two from the water after a section of the pier collapsed. The mayor said that section of the wharf had been damaged over time. The structure was in the middle of a $4 million renovation following some of the destructive storms last winter. The owner of Venture Quest Kayaking, who was allowed onto the pier to check on his business, said it's a catastrophe for those down at the end of the wharf. The head of the Santa Cruz Parks and Recreation Department estimated about 150 feet of the end of the wharf fell into the water about 12:45 Monday afternoon. It was immediately evacuated and obviously closed indefinitely. Some of the wharf's pilings are still in the ocean and remain serious hazards to boats, according to the mayor. Each piling weighs hundreds of pounds and is being pushed by powerful waves. You are risking your life and those of the people that would need to try and save you by getting in or too close to the water, was the word from the National Weather Service Bay Area office this past day. Governor Newsom has been briefed on the state's Office of Emergency Services as he's coordinating with local officials. Forecasters had warned that storm swells would continue increasing throughout the day. Well, we're anticipating what's coming toward us is actually more serious than what was there early in the day. Monday, ocean swells along the California Central Coast, at times reaching 60 feet as that Pacific storm gains strength. Wow. A rapidly developing storm bringing hurricane-force winds to areas well offshore of the Pacific Northwest as we speak tonight. Now, the end of the pier that broke off had been shut down during renovations. That portion, which included public restrooms and the closed Dolphin restaurant, floated about a half mile down the coast and ultimately wedged itself at the bottom of the San Lorenzo River. Those who fell into the water were two engineers and a project manager who were actually inspecting the end of the wharf, according to officials. No members of the public were in the area. So Monday's collapse comes about a year after the Seacliff State Beach Pier just down the coast was battered beyond repair by a heavy winter storm at that point in time. So I guess it could have been worse. But what a ugly situation there. Wow, scary. All right, I see we're about a minute from news break. Lone Ranger is on board. What are you looking at? Heading up on about 11 o'clock? His time. there in the state of Arizona. So not quite Christmas Eve for him just yet, but as we, from time zone to time zone, make our way into a new day, 24th day of December. Yes, Christmas Eve. So Merry Christmas to all out there. Gilligan is on board, saying Merry Christmas. If you'd like to check in, feel free to dial us up. It's 844-844-3388. And you're more than welcome there, Jerry, for the update. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, most anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. So when you store that engine, store it the right way with Sta-Bil. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs declined to comment on the request, as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg has more.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster.
One of Donald Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the expectation of sex, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. Benji Heyer has more.
This report, published on Monday, has found, quote, substantial evidence against Matt Gaetz. This is someone President-elect Donald Trump wanted as his Attorney General, the highest law enforcement official in America, heading the very Department of Justice that investigated Gaetz over claims he had sex with a minor. He's since resigned from Congress, which he hoped would stop the release of this report. He also filed a lawsuit earlier in a bid to prevent it becoming public. It's why the report suggests he knowingly and willfully sought to impede and obstruct the investigation. But the committee published it anyway, determining it was in the public interest.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as well as ones in New York and Pennsylvania. Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder and weapons charges. In addition to the state charges in New York, Mangione also faces federal charges, as well as further state charges in Pennsylvania. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. She added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online. This morning, 24 women were among the attendees filling the available seats.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, continuing our gaze this week into the crystal ball for next year with the help of New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Steve Erlinger. He has been talking to the Council on Foreign Relations about some of the issues he thinks we should all be watching over the next 12 months. One of them is now in the disputed Golan Heights between Israel and newly liberated Syria.
Half of Syria was displaced or in exile. The country we call Syria doesn't exist anymore. So I think Israel's very worried that there will be a fragmented Syria. Assad was horrible, but he kept the border calm. And now there's a lot of anxieties.
And he thinks Turkey is going to be a big beneficiary of the collapse of the al-Assad regime.
Syria happened. Why? Because Iran's weaker, Russia's weaker. Russia's preoccupied in Ukraine. Iran is very, very badly damaged. And so the Turks, because the Turks drove this in Syria and everything collapsed as in Afghanistan. I mean, it was rotten. The Turks are now going to be very powerful inside Syria. And again, that's not something that pleases the Saudis or the Gulfies. First of all, because Turks aren't Arabs and they're not Sunni. And they're very close, as I said, to the Muslim Brotherhood.
On Thursday, we'll hear Steve Erlinger's thoughts about the outlook for Ukraine in 2025. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. A U.S. ethics panel finds evidence that Donald Trump ally and former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz paid for sex or drugs on at least 20 occasions. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, for our friends in the Central Time Zone, welcome in, welcome aboard. Christmas Eve is upon us. Yes, indeed, 24th of December. And Lone Ranger, good evening.
Good morning, Steve. Well, Steve, I got to tell you, it's a little bit different going Christmas shopping in shorts and a T-shirt. You're walking through Walmart, and here's these hot, some of these Mexican girls are so good looking. I mean, gorgeous. Walking through Walmart, tight shorts, halter top, and they have rolls of Christmas wrap sticking out of their cart. It's hard to piece that together. You know, I'm so used to the East Coast. Today it was 73 degrees, and I got 2 road trips coming up. I'm going to California the end of January to big car show, and going to El Paso Christmas Day to take my grandson out for dinner. I was out there, I had the wheels balanced and changed the oil, new gas filter, new air filter, getting everything ready so any problems. And it's so weird, you go, it'll get down to probably usually high 30s, low 40s, but there can be a 40-degree temperature differential between night and day.
Mm-hmm.
When that sun comes up over the mountain at about 7 o'clock, if it's in, well, it was let's see, it's about 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, it was 43. And by 10 o'clock, it was in the 60s. When that sun comes up over that mountain, because there's no clouds, I've been here 3 weeks, hasn't rained, or not even a cloudy day yet. That sun is bright and hot. Doesn't take long to warm up. But it's so different seeing Christmas stuff going on when people are wearing shorts.
Right.
So, of course, my town in Pennsylvania, well, when it was 73 here today, it was 14 in my town in Pennsylvania, because it's pretty high elevation where I'm at over there. So, of course, I did a screenshot of the Weather Channel showing the temperature and the outlook for the week. Did a screenshot and sent it all to all my buddies back there. And I can't tell you on the air what the response was, but it was different. Then I turn on my cameras at the other house, and it just looks, the snow is there, and it just looks blustery and cold, and I shut it off real quick. So, but it's very, very different. So, yeah, Santa Claus delivers their presents in ATVs out here. Everybody has those side-by-sides.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know what they call them, a side-by-side. You know what they are. It's a smaller vehicle, but they drive on the highway here. You can get plates on, they drive on the highway.
Really?
Can't get on the interstate with them. Yeah, they drive them drive them to the store and everything. They don't go fast enough to get on the interstate, but, the secondary roads they ride around. But there's so much off-road stuff to do here. Everybody has them. 4-wheel drives and Jeeps are huge. But the big thing is this no rust. Dodge pickups are famous for rusting out around the rear wheel wells. And there's dilapidated Dodge pickups, 10 years old, laying around in people's yards, and no rust whatsoever. Somebody had a flatbed, you could stack those things up and run them up to the north somewhere and make a bunch of money if diesel fuel wasn't so damn high. And gas is high here too. When I came out, I always, type into my phone when I'm headed for a gas stop, and I see where the cheapest gas is. And I was paying, never paid over $3 the whole trip. Arkansas, Texas was cheap. The cheapest I ran into was in El Paso, was $2.25. Then when I got into New Mexico, I come north in Lordsburg. I get off Interstate 10 in Lordsburg and come north, and $2.70 it was in Lordsburg. And then as soon as I hit Arizona, up over $3, $3.15 around here. So I don't know if it's a state tax. Sales tax here is 9%, which is high, but real estate taxes are dirt cheap, and I like it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can control what you buy, but you can't control your property tax. Whatever it is, you got to pay it. So I kind of like it that way. You just have to watch what you buy. And then when I bought that hot rod last week, which was pretty expensive, and I went to ADOT to get the registration, and they let me put Antique Arizona plates on it because I have a residence here. No sales tax. And I almost fell off the chair when she told me that. She goes, "Oh, no, you don't pay sales tax on a private sale, only if you buy it from a dealer." I said, "Honey, Don't take this the wrong way, but I love you. It was unbelievable that they don't have that. So I'm putting all new rocks out front. I got 14 tons of stone and one wheelbarrow at a time. It's a pretty good project. But one depressing thing I saw today, this is how low society has sunk. You know, we're all happy Christmas is coming, families are celebrating, but we can't forget about the families that have been literally destroyed by these illegal aliens. The American females as young as 5 years old, raped and killed. You know, what kind of a Christmas is that family going to have? So then, if that's not bad enough, today on the news, they have a story about a woman who got lit on fire by an illegal alien on the subway. And if that isn't bad enough, now we've got to remember these people come from third world countries where this type of violence is normal in their country. But of course, they're bringing it to us, and we're going to become a third world country if we don't address it pretty soon. But here is the worse than this scumbag lighting this woman on fire was the people who stood there with their phones and filmed her burning to death instead of trying to do something to help her.
Isn't that
they
something?
They stood there and took videos. How low can you go? A human being, fellow human being, and a lady at that, burning to death, and you're standing there with your phone filming it because you find it interesting. Now, what kind of a Christmas is that family going to have?
Right.
It isn't bad enough that somebody in that family died, but it's how she died. And they show this guy getting arrested, and no expression on his face whatsoever. No big deal. Didn't think nothing of it. So I think, it's bad enough we have to deal with these illegals from third world countries and the low standards they bring with them. But now I think we've had so much trouble that we're desensitized, or at least some of us are. And of course, New York, I've been dealing with New Yorkers all my life, and they don't have the sensitivity that other areas have. They're pretty much hardened from all the crime that takes place up there. You see in the Daily News or New York Post, they find babies in a garbage can in a public restroom, and it's in the paper one day and out the next day. It's just common occurrences up there. But how low can you go to watch a person burn alive and you're standing there with your phone taking a video of it? That you can't get any lower than that. But life goes on for everybody else. And are you all set for Christmas? Everything ready?
Pretty much. We got Christmas wrapping to do today, Ranger.
Oh boy, that's always fun.
Uh-huh.
Buy enough Scotch tape to
No,
every Christmas.
I asked the princess that just before I started the show. I said, "Do you?" Because she said we have to wrap presents, today. And I said, "Do you have any tape?" She said, "I've got one roll." I said, "Okay, I better get some tape."
Yep. Every Christmas, I have a little bit of fun. I go in the dollar store, and I ask them how come they never have a half price sale for Christmas. And the lady looks at me like what?
Are you nuts?
Everything is, well, of course, dollar stores aren't really dollar stores anymore, but when they used to be, everything was $1. Now it's, they all raised their prices because of the 19% inflation that Biden brought us, but it used to be dollar stores. But it's just a fun thing to do. So anyway, I'll go to El Paso Christmas Day. I'll visit with my grandson. And believe it or not, an ex-girlfriend from when I was in the Army in El Paso 52 years ago. And I'm still friends with her. Of course, neither one of us looks the way we did then, but that's another story. So that's, she's nice as can be. She sent me a Christmas card. And we talk on the phone and stuff back and forth. And it's just not the romantic thing that it used to be.
Right.
But she's a good person, and we have great conversations about the past and all the stuff we used to do back then, but it's fun. So that's about it. And of course, when I go to California, you don't dare go past the 10-mile marker in Arizona, which is Quartzsite. You have to stop there for gas. because once you go 10 more miles and hit the California line, gas goes up about $1 something a gallon immediately. So you got to gas up in court when you go to stop at Quartzsite. And then in Quartzsite, it's kind of a neat little town. It's like the snowbird capital. All the snowbirds from Minnesota and Canada and all up north, they come down. It used to be a rock festival. People come down to collect minerals and rocks and whatnot. But now it's a huge flea market that goes on all winter, every day. And we stop there and walk around a little bit, check stuff out. There's cool stuff there, stuff that you wouldn't see, back east. Different kind of rocks and cactuses and stuffed rattlesnakes and whatnot. So we stop there, make sure we get gas, and then get a room for Friday night. Me and my nephew going out there, and then Saturday will be the big day for the show. It's the top of the line hot rod show in the world. It's the Grand National Roadster Show, and it's all the big time builders are there that you see on TV. They're all there in person. They're kind of neat to meet, and just cars that too nice to even drive. They're just impeccable. Just they look like pieces of jewelry sitting there.
Wow.
So that's the height of my January. That's set to the end of January. So that's about it. Just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Hope everything's good. Don't forget your Scotch tape. And I'll be thinking about you when I'm putting my shorts on tomorrow morning.
out there in the beautiful Arizona winter weather. He's a snowbird, but rather than Florida, he does Arizona. Okay. Great to hear from the Lone Ranger. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Indeed, it is Christmas Eve, and Santa Claus checks in on the left coast, who says, getting ready for tomorrow night's appearances for friends and family members. Later in the night, I'll be DJing a party as the cool Santa, a.k.a. the incognito Santa suit and the sunshades. There you go. All right, a little Christmas Eve DJing there. Enjoy your Christmas week. It's your time of year, Santa Claus, for sure. All right, Orlando. As Philip mentioned last evening, a 7-year-old underwent open-heart surgery after one of the malfunctioning drones struck him in the chest Saturday night in Orlando. Adriana Egerton was at Lake Eola watching the drone show with her children when this all unfolded, according to WESH. Yeah, everyone's natural instinct was to duck and scatter, and before we realized it, my daughter found my son on the floor unconscious. He had blood coming out of his face. Yeah, this should not have happened. No family should be going through this. We were trying to watch a show, have a good time, right? But harrowing footage shows the moment where numerous drones literally went haywire and began smashing into the crowd below. This particular drone struck the boy in the chest so forcibly that it crushed one of his heart valves. The blade cut his mouth, but there's an actual imprint of the drone on his chest, according to his mother. The drone malfunction, which occurred during the first of 2 planned shows that night, prompted the city to cancel the second show. The FAA, they say, is investigating the incident, but so far it is not clear what caused the drones to malfunction. Drone arrays and the light shows that have become more and more popular are subject to FAA regulations. Typically, these events require a waiver to the regulation that prohibits operating more than 1 drone at a time. We thoroughly review each drone show application to make sure the flying public and people on the ground will be safe. A distressed Erdogan later shared a social media update as she waited in the emergency room on a GoFundMe page. She said her son will be spending Christmas in the intensive care unit. Sky Elements Drones, the Texas-based company that's responsible for the nationwide aerial shows, issued a statement on the incident, stating Sky Element Drones wants to extend our sincere hope for a full, speedy recovery of those impacted at our Lake Eola show in Orlando Saturday. The well-being of our audience is our utmost priority. We regret any distress or inconvenience caused. We are diligently working with the FAA and the City of Orlando officials to determine the cause. We are committed to establishing a clear picture of what transpired. Millions of people see our shows annually, and we're committed to maintaining the highest safety regulations set forth by the FAA. But yet you got numerous people, obviously everybody had their cameras out filming from off in the distance. Looks like some of the videos I was seeing was like from across the lake. And you can hear people saying, what's going on? What's going on? It's, one, then another, and they're just dropping out of the sky and flying erratically, going every which way, slamming into the people in the crowd below. Pretty scary. All right, what else in the mix? I'll get to some of the industry headlines here. Coming up following our news break. We shared the story on our Monday morning program about the Texas Republican representative, Kay Granger, who has not cast a vote in Washington. We now know her last vote on the floor was July 24th of this year, some 6 months ago. How she remained under the radar, literally. She hasn't been in D.C. She hasn't been casting votes. Nobody was any the wiser. The son of the retiring Texas Republican confirming this past day that she has been experiencing dementia issues over the past several months as she repeatedly missed work in Congress. She has indeed been residing in an assisted living facility. She has not cast a vote on the House floor again since July 24th. Her son, Brandon Granger, said in comments to the Dallas Morning News that she has indeed been living at Tradition Senior Living in Fort Worth and experiencing some dementia issues late in the year. Now, he did clarify she's been living in the independent living area rather in the memory care community. Now, he said there's nothing wrong with someone wanting to live in a community with other folks their age. She's in a building with a lot of other folks that are super active that she really loves. She has exercise classes. She's been getting around. She gets to be around people all the time. It's wonderful for her at this point in her life. It's been a difficult year. She's been a member of Congress since 1997. Actually served as ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee from 2019 to last year. Chairman of the group from the beginning of 2023 until her resignation from that committee back in April. A statement from her office released on Sunday denying that she was in memory care and said that her health challenges have progressed, making frequent travel to Washington both difficult and unpredictable. Well, yeah, many in D.C. had a bit more to say about this past day. Let's see. She was in Washington in November to oversee the shuttering of her office and to host meetings. First announced her retirement at the end of last year and said she would not run for re-election this year, but again, she hasn't been there casting votes for like 6 months. We'll give you more right after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue airstrikes across Yemen after the country's Houthi rebel group fired 2 missiles at Tel Aviv. Trent Murray is there.
Netanyahu said Israel was prepared to act with the same force it deployed against Iran's other, quote, terror groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. The IDF in recent days has confirmed it's launched airstrikes on port, energy and oil facilities in Yemen that it says were controlled by the Houthis. The US Air Force has also been striking sites in the country as part of a coalition with the UK, whose mission is to try and protect international shipping in the nearby Red Sea.
US President Joe Biden's commuted the sentences of dozens of people sitting on death row, meaning they will now not face the death penalty. He took the decision to ensure President-elect Donald Trump can't resume those executions when he returns to the White House next month. Meanwhile, one of Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand ex-politician, is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the general expectation of sex in return, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. The report also says the former Florida congressman used illegal drugs while in office. He denies wrongdoing. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. She added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online, with some even considering him a folk hero.
And we're learning more details about the man accused of killing 5 people and injuring dozens more at a Christmas market in Germany. Our Europe correspondent William Denzelo brings us more details.
Taleb al-Abdelmohsen is a Saudi national who moved to Germany in 2006 and is accused of driving a car into the Magdeburg Christmas market on Friday night. Authorities say the suspect is self-described as an ex-Muslim who's expressed right-wing and anti-immigrant views. Officials say previous tip-offs about him had been taken seriously.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Lone Ranger brought up the scenario out of New York. A very disturbing video that was released. As he mentioned, bystanders. Rather than doing something to try and assist and put out the flames, literally stand there and just film this woman burning to death. A Guatemalan migrant who had been deported illegally in the country has been charged with murder after igniting a sleeping subway rider on fire Sunday morning, then watching as the victim burned to death. A police commissioner calls this one of the most depraved crimes a person could possibly commit. And we're talking like 7:30 in the morning on the idling F train at Coney Island, shocking commuters, MTA workers, and the NYPD commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who said Sunday that the heinous crime took the life of an innocent New Yorker. As the train pulled into the station, the suspect calmly walked up to the victim, who was in a seated position at the end of the subway car, and used a lighter to ignite the victim's clothing, which became fully engulfed in a matter of seconds. She had been sleeping on the train, and word is they believe she had been doused in alcohol. Like something 80 proof or 100 proof. They said that's an empty bottle or bottles of alcohol there at the end of the train. Patrolling officers smelled and saw the smoke, followed into the flame-covered woman, according to the commissioner. Ultimately, they extinguished the blaze, but she passed at the scene. The 33-year-old suspect came to the U.S. in 2018 from Guatemala. He was detained by border agents in Arizona in June of that year. Yeah, he received a transit summons in May of 23, but his criminal record in New York City was, for the most part, clean otherwise. Supposedly, he was living at a shelter at Randall's Island. But the horrifying video showing the suspect calmly looking on as flames consumed the woman, who was literally standing inside the then open subway door. You see a transit cop kind of walking by. He pulls out his radio and to say something, but he just kept walking down the platform. Like there has to be fire extinguishers every so many feet in a place like that. You know, with all the bystanders and even the transit cop. After the cop passed by, the suspect actually got up to walk away. Then the clip cut off there, but later in the day, some of the photographs of the suspect were released, and apparently there were some at a school nearby that recognized the individual, and he was ultimately found on another train, lighter in pocket, but all right, New York City. Hey, Mike, any idea what day is it?
Yeah, I was going to say, so is it casual Tuesday, casual Friday? Are we still doing hump day leftover? Or it could be casual Christmas Eve under the mistletoe, Your Honor.
Hey, yeah, there you go.
I think if you have casual Christmas tree under the mistletoe, I think that's clothing optional, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
I'm just saying. So anyways, everybody take it for what you want, and I'll say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody now, because if I wait till later, you know what happens to me later in the phone call. I always forget what the heck I wanted to say. So we'll do all the Merry Christmasing and Happy New Year and all that for everybody that won't be here next week. And everybody take care, enjoy, have a great time, and be looking forward to seeing you either next week or in the new year, because we got to celebrate. Is this coming up going to be starting year number 5, Your Honor?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. So we're gonna have to see what kind of party we're gonna have for that. Maybe the princess can throw something together for us or something. But anyways, yeah. So where do we go here? Listening to a little bit of your news. Has the left deemed that we have to make this a third world country before we turn the reins over to incoming President Trump? I mean, did the biggest criminal of all release criminals from charges, kind of like down there? We feel like we're living in Venezuela, Your Honor. Are we getting to be that far yet, or how close are we to that right now?
Makes you kind of wonder. I hadn't even touched on that yet, but yeah, all the death sentence, all the death row inmates having their sentences commuted. Which it doesn't mean they're going to get out of jail, but it means I guess the gift is you get to live out the rest of your living days naturally in prison. You will not be put to death. Yeah.
Yeah, hooray for living the rest of your life in prison. But I don't know. Maybe they'll figure they can get an appeal or something and get out, or maybe be on good behavior or something, or I don't know. Maybe they hope another president will pardon the other part and let them out the rest of the way. But anyway, so did we ever figure out why President Biden and Vice President Harris made the what do you call it, expeditious trip back to Washington there on Friday? Was that just to be there to sign the bill for the?
I'm guessing. I don't know why Kamala would have needed to be there, unless maybe they thought that she may have to be like a deciding vote or something. But otherwise, yeah. I mean, all I can assume is that it must have had something to do with the failed. The possibility of government shutdown there Saturday night.
Yep, trying to keep the lights turned on.
Yeah.
So I guess that did that for another 3 months. Just kick that can a little harder down the road. Yep. We'll just kick it one more time. When are we going to get so many dents in the thing we can't kick it no more, Your Honor? Isn't that can about wore out? I'm just thinking. But anyways, so. What a tragedy in New York. I mean, the tragedies in New York just keep adding up day after day. I mean, it's, you got that many people in that small an area. I guess you can't help but have that happen. But anyways, I hate to say it, but at a certain point, when somebody's in a fire situation, of any type, I hate to say almost the humane thing to have happen is to actually have the person pass. I mean, I've been to fire grounds where people have passed in fires, and you hope they pass from smoke inhalation before the fire got there, because there is really nothing worse than actual having the feeling of the temperature and the flames actually burning. That's the I mean I can't imagine another worse way to go. That there's been some of the violent car accidents I've been at where there's been major trauma and stuff, but I guess even in the fire cases the shock factor would set in. Your body would go into shock, and it kind of with the adrenaline kind of is its own anesthesia type thing that kind of. But it's I don't know. It's bad for the people that witness it. But apparently there was enough internet influencers and TikTokers that, as you said, thought it was more important to hold their phone up and use their phone than to do anything else. They, I hate to say it, but all of them ought to be charged as well, Your Honor. There's you got a little bit of a thing there where you're supposed to help your fellow man, and if you stand around and do nothing, I almost think that even with no experience, you could have done something besides pulled your phone out. I mean,
everybody knows the old stop, drop, and roll kind of scenario. I mean, I
was going to say, take your coat off, throw your coat over. You try to smother fires, so you take your coat off, or find a blanket, or as you said, look for a fire extinguisher. Fire extinguishers are pretty rough on the breathing people. The chemical gets into the lungs, and it's another situation of its own style when you try to do that. But as you say, the stop, drop, and roll. But if she had accelerant put on her, I mean, if it was rubbing alcohol or something of that nature, then you're really not going to stop it without removing the oxygen from the fire, which is getting some sort of coat or something over it. And so anyways, but there's a special place for people like that to end up at. So I don't know. Karma has its way of doing its own thing here at some point. But I don't know. Anyways, but and then this other clown there from New York, and we don't even need to mention his name, but here's a little fact for you that I came across today. Speaking of the internet, we know this guy by the name of Don Bongino. Don Bongino, what is that his name? Bongino?
Dan Bongino, yes. Dan, yes.
Yeah, Dan Bongino. So he does his program, but apparently he did kind of a fill-in radio host thing in, get this, Baltimore. And the station that he did it at was an independent station, was owned by this guy's uncle, the guy that shot the healthcare guy in the back. We're not saying names because he doesn't need to be mentioned. But anyway, so it was that clown's uncle that that Dan Bongino actually worked for. So he actually had a family connection to this shooter.
Wow.
And but it's kind of strange how small this world can be sometimes, you know. And I'm pretty sure the way he made, I think that he said that he had actually met him before, you know, somewhere around the radio station and that. So, but it's kind of a crazy mixed up thing. But anyways, other than that, we don't have a whole lot going on, and I ended up with a slow day. I got a one and done load tonight that we've already delivered, and I actually tried to call in there at the beginning of the show and got to the point I needed to deliver, so we had to hang up and let you go to come back and do it now. But we did hear the Donut Man earlier there, so
yeah.
Shout out to the Donut Man. And I was going to say, if you hadn't mentioned it, I was going to say I was pretty sure that it was 1996 that you started doing the weekends there. And
yep.
I kept calling. I'd call in on the weekend, and you'd answer, and I'd say, "Hey, Bozo," and then you'd say, "No, it's Steve." And then you'd be filling in during the week, and I'd call in and say, "Hey, Bozo," and you'd say, "No, it's Steve." So, but it's amazing how your voices were so close in, you know, tone and, you know, depth and everything that it just, you know, it was very, very hard to distinguish from the two of you, you know, at the other end of the phone lines. And of course, sometimes we had kind of a lot of static on the radio, so we weren't even sure who we were listening to. And because we were doing the AM thing there with the syndication. And,
right.
And then, of course, if we're standing out there on the payphone with the 20 below wind chill factor and the snow blowing 70 miles an hour across our faces and our teeth chatter, and sometimes we couldn't hear quite your end of the conversation as well as what we would have liked to have. But, yeah, back in the good old days. So I don't know where you guys ended up last night, but we got single digits here when we started the day out on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning? Yeah, today's Tuesday.
It was Monday morning.
Tuesday, Monday morning. Yeah, when we started out Monday morning there, we were down to single digits here just north of Baltimore. So it got good and chilly here, but we're riding into mid to high 20s now, so I guess that's considered a heat wave. But we got this impending weather coming in, and they say we're supposed to have anywhere from freezing rain and mix of rain and mix of whatever could be from starting about 5 a.m. going until about 10. They figure the sun's going to be up high enough to start some warming that it'll cut into it, but they're figuring probably 10, maybe 11 o'clock. But don't be scared, because the powers that be of the state of Maryland have deemed that it's a major weather event, and they ordered all the pre-treatment trucks out on the highway, and they have been out spraying the roads and coating the roads and recoating the roads and double and triple spraying the roads. And I'll put it this way, where this crap is dried, where this pre-treatment is dried on the roads, you can't see the lines anymore, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
There's no dots. There's no lines. They got it cut. They got it covered, Your Honor. This stuff is terrible. I don't know. This is about the worst. And then they complain about the Chesapeake being polluted, and they keep pouring all this stuff on the ground. Don't know where it's going to go. Where do you think this stuff's going to go when it gets washed up the road, Your Honor? You got any idea where? Yeah.
Right down the drain.
But yeah. But it's the farmers, Your Honor. It's the farmers plowing their fields, letting all the loose sediment get in the Chesapeake that's causing the problem. But anyways, glad to hear Rangers out there chasing the little Mexican girls around. Are they safe out there? Are they safe out there with Ranger chasing them around the Walmart store?
Right.
I don't know. Can just imagine that. I don't know. Ranger out there or going around in his power wheelchair chasing the little Mexican girls. I don't know. Anyways, Merry Christmas to him. But so I don't know. I don't have a lot left to do here, Your Honor.
All
the
right.
Only thing I got left is start singing Christmas carols. We can sing Christmas carols or old time truck driving music.
Are we going to have to do the sing along with horse feathers? So, all right. So I guess he's got a one and done. He'll be rolling into the home 20 before we wrap up the show.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years. with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hello to Rockpick this Christmas Eve morning. Hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Merry Christmas. Currently, light snow, 31 degrees at the Rochester International Airport. We will have a rare white Christmas this year. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for the gift of the Steve Summers and the overnight drive. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. All right, thank you so much. Jerry chimes in. He said, did you hear the killer of that CEO is now being flooded with marriage proposals and women wanting him? Yeah, just think, Biden let the people in death row commute the sentence to life in prison. And we have animals around us like this sick puke lighting people on fire. Yes, indeed. All right, Gary's on board. Merry Christmas there, Gary. It is Taco Tuesday. And Wheelchair Dave, good morning.
Hey, Steve-O. How you doing there, buddy?
Merry Christmas. Got my early Christmas present over the weekend.
Well, I'm glad that you got that. Thought that would be a nice little gift for you there. You know, I enjoy listening to Mission Control when you're doing that stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. U.S. Space Force. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I haven't heard Scarecrow on the show lately. How's he doing?
I have not he had a motorcycle accident. I don't know. It's probably been 3-4 months ago. Time flies when you're having fun. That kind of took him off the road, and I haven't spoke to him personally to get an update. He made it sound kind of like he was being forced into early retirement.
Wow. Okay. Have you seen Pappy?
I have not seen Pappy, but I know he's off all this week into next week. He did chime in, just say good morning at the top of the show.
Well, hopefully you can pass that other thing on to him if you would.
Oh, yeah. I've got something for him that I've had sitting here for several months. It's been a while since he's had his chance to stop by, but so I got them together now. I got him one of those Donald Trump holograph cards from Proud Patriots. If if you're familiar with those.
Oh, I got to tell you, that was a very interesting when I was leaving Ohio this time, coming back here to Lake Lanier, going through Chattanooga right there. They had that Super Trump store, and I got to tell you, if you haven't seen it or gone on the internet or seen it, well, that's an interesting place. You remember all the fireworks buildings and stuff up and down the daggone highways and freeways.
Yeah.
Well, it's an old one of them old firework places right there in the middle of Chattanooga, and I'm sorry, not Chattanooga, Knoxville, and boy, I tell you what, it's just a very interesting store. Just loaded with any kind of gadget you can possibly think of with Trump's picture on it, or, all that good stuff. So get a chance, go on YouTube or something like that and pull that up, because I think you'll enjoy that, Steve.
I'll check that out. I was not familiar with that. No, I know that, like last year, back in 2020, they had little pop-up tents and canopies and people selling stuff on the street corners, but I did not realize there was actually a superstore.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. Wait till you see what's parked out front, and then anything you can possibly, all the trinkets that you could possibly.
Right, and all right, we got to pause there, but we'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs declined to comment on the request, as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg has more.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster.
One of Donald Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the expectation of sex, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. Benji Heyer has more.
This report, published on Monday, has found, quote, substantial evidence against Matt Gaetz. This is someone President-elect Donald Trump wanted as his Attorney General, the highest law enforcement official in America, heading the very Department of Justice that investigated Gaetz over claims he had sex with a minor. He's since resigned from Congress, which he hoped would stop the release of this report. He also filed a lawsuit earlier in a bid to prevent it becoming public. It's why the report suggests he knowingly and willfully sought to impede and obstruct the investigation. But the committee published it anyway, determining it was in the public interest.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as well as ones in New York and Pennsylvania. Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder and weapons charges. In addition to the state charges in New York, Mangione also faces federal charges, as well as further state charges in Pennsylvania. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. And she added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online. This morning, 24 women were among the attendees, filling the available seats.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, continuing our gaze this week into the crystal ball for next year with the help of New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Steve Erlinger. He has been talking to the Council on Foreign Relations about some of the issues he thinks we should all be watching over the next 12 months. One of them is now in the disputed Golan Heights between Israel and newly liberated Syria.
Half of Syria was displaced or in exile. The country we call Syria doesn't exist anymore. So I think Israel's very worried that there will be a fragmented Syria. Assad was horrible, but he kept the border calm. And now there's a lot of anxieties.
And he thinks Turkey is going to be a big beneficiary of the collapse of the al-Assad regime.
Syria happened. Why? Because Iran's weaker, Russia's weaker. Russia's preoccupied in Ukraine. Iran is very, very badly damaged. And so the Turks, because the Turks drove this in Syria and everything collapsed as in Afghanistan. I mean, it was rotten. The Turks are now going to be very powerful inside Syria. And again, that's not something that pleases the Saudis or the Gulfis. First of all, because Turks aren't Arabs and they're not Sunni. And they're very close, as I said, to the Muslim Brotherhood.
On Thursday, we'll hear Steve Erlinger's thoughts about the outlook for Ukraine in 2025. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. A U.S. ethics panel finds evidence that Donald Trump ally and former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz paid for sex or drugs on at least 20 occasions. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, another hour as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Rolling into Christmas Eve. So here we go. Merry Christmas to all. We were chatting with Wheelchair Dave. I pulled up the Trump Superstore. That is pretty incredible there, Dave. Wow.
Isn't that something? I tell you, that was, you want to get a kick. Anybody that's listening or had truckers got a chance to pull something up. You pull that up and look at that in Knoxville, or go visit it in Knoxville there. You'll have a blast. There's no doubt about that.
Right, yeah.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about that, Steve?
I knew there was a lot of different Trump memorabilia and whatnot, trinkets, but I had no idea. I mean, they've got from A to Z, incredible list of stuff available.
Yeah, it was. But, hey, we don't hear from old Freddie Freeloader and Mary. It's been a long time since. Have you heard from them?
I have not directly heard. Mary's not real politically eye to eye with me. I didn't realize that she's pretty far left there. So I think she took the phone away from her dad and said, "You're not allowed to talk to him."
Yeah, that could possibly happen with her, couldn't it?
Yes.
How about Always Moving? How's she doing?
I guess it's been about a month, but yeah, last she checked in, she was doing fine. She had some adventures she was going on. She didn't tell us what it was up front, but I guess we'll be getting an update from her in fairly short order, maybe, about her latest adventures.
Well, how about that? That's good for her goose. I'm glad that she's getting out there doing something. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So, I always like listening to Vic and Daryl, and I want to shout out to Blind Man and Eagle, and there's just so many people out there. I just want to say hi, wishing all the Merry Christmas to all the truckers, all the show listeners. Like Donut Man, I go back with you a long time as well. So I wanted to share one thing with you, Steve, because since you play that lottery, I play it when it's big, but I was out of town up north up there, and the local gas station up the road from me here that we use sold the Powerball jackpot in October for $480 million. How about that?
Wow, yeah.
I don't see anybody sharing anything, but there's a nice big sign on the window there that they sold the ticket. But so that's about all. Just want to say hi to everybody, and everybody drive safe. Enjoy the holidays, and we won't be here, for a while. And like old Sugar Bear used to say, pencils for everyone.
There you go. That's right. Yes. God rest his soul. Well, Wheelchair Dave, thank you very much again for the early Christmas gift there. Thanks for thinking about us and being a part of the show. And Merry Christmas to you. All right. The International Space Station, had to fire their thrusters from one of the docked spacecraft last month. They tell us now that was to avoid a piece of debris that's been circling the globe for nearly 18 years since the Chinese government blasted apart one of their own satellites in a weapons test. Yeah, that evasive maneuver, the second in just 6 days for the space station, where you've got 4 NASA astronauts and 3 Russian cosmonauts aboard. That's the shortest interval ever between these sort of actions, illustrating the slowly worsening problem of space junk. Debris is an increasingly vexing issue, not only for NASA, but also for companies like SpaceX and OneWeb, seeking to protect the thousands of small satellites they send into space for high-speed internet. But last month's 6-day interval is just a statistical fluctuation. The problem is slowly getting worse. It is true. In a statement, NASA emphasized that its astronauts were never actually in danger, saying a collision would have been far from assured even if the station had not navigated away from the debris. The space station is the most heavily shielded spacecraft ever flown, according to NASA, but it moves around the Earth at a steady clip of more than 17,000 miles an hour, meaning even a small object could cause serious damage. In 2021, the station's astronauts had to shelter in adjoining spacecraft after Russia destroyed one of its satellites with a ground-based missile in a weapons test of their own. NASA's deputy administrators said the agency wants to ensure space continues to be available for all, in part through responsible space operations. The station's latest evasive maneuver started with a warning from Space Force. The network of telescopes, radars, and other sensors on the ground and in space have identified a less than 4-inch fragment headed for the 15 by 2 mile safety perimeter around the station. NASA's policy, they say, is to move the station out of the way if it judges the likelihood of a collision to be at least 1 in 100,000. So a flight director in Houston consulted Russia's space agency, notified astronauts on board, and a decision was made to have the Russian-made Progress 89 fire its thrusters for about 3.5 minutes. Space Force sent about 700 conjunction notifications last month, according to the Space Force spokesperson. That translates to roughly 23 a day. 5 years ago, when there were fewer objects in orbit, the Defense Department was sending out about 6 per day. But they are tracking, they say, about 47,200 objects in orbit, representing a 14% increase since just the end of 2021 and twice the amount they were tracking in 2016. To date, there have been 11 more debris-causing events this year as of mid-December. Events. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Speaking of the space station, I head down. Philip in Florida, good morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope y'all have a safe one. I've seen a dramatization that NASA put out of all the debris floating around the Earth, and it was crazy looking. You can see the Earth looks like a sphere with all these little dots going around it, and they're just all over the place. There's a lot of crap up there floating around. Steve, what do you think?
Well, 47. I mean, they're tracking 47,000 plus objects, but that's only objects big enough to track. I mean, how much crap's out there that's much smaller?
Well, you think about all the launches that we've had, since the 60s, and then you think about Russia and then China, not to mention India, Japan. There's a lot of countries that fire rockets now, and all that stuff that's left over has got to go somewhere. And the assumption was years ago that when they launched everything that it was going to burn back up. I mean, they did that with the shuttle. How many of those big tanks did the shuttle shoot back? There's probably pieces of them that are still floating around out there that, never got burned up like they said it was.
Yeah.
I've seen many photos and pictures and videos of them after they released that tank, of it falling back down, and you think that tank is big. It's like the size of 6 buses. I mean, it's huge. The thing's mammoth, and it's falling back down into the Earth's atmosphere. Think about all these second stages that Elon Musk is sending up there. Sure, he's burning them back into the Indian Ocean. At least that's what they think they're doing. But sometimes I imagine that might be just a little. It could be anything from a bolt to a fragment, you name it. You can look up the story. There was actually one space shuttle that had a cracked windshield, and they said that the piece that hit that windshield was the size of a penny. Now, think about this, the size of a penny. Now, up there, you're going 17,500 miles an hour, and you have something the size of a penny hit your vehicle. That's a pretty substantial little hit, and it's the same way with the space station. There's no telling what's hit the space station other than debris. I mean, you think about all the meteorite material that's up there that's flying through. There's all kinds of debris from other places coming through the space because it's a vacuum. But makes you think about a lot of that stuff. I tell you. I heard you mentioning about Lake Eola earlier, so you read that story, Steve?
Yes, yeah. I mean, and I saw the video. That was bizarre. I mean, have they said anything further about what? I mean, I often wonder when they've got those hundreds of drones flying together like that, what if one of them kind of screws up and crashes into another, and that was it kind of like a domino effect caused by one, or do they know yet?
They don't know what's caused it. They don't know if they got an animal that was that flew into the drones, or if it was a software issue. I know the video that I seen, they had drones coming down, but they were also going sideways. They had one that come zipping by this one girl that was filming. I feel sorry for that little kid who got hit in the chest. I hope he's going to be all right. If a lot of y'all don't know what Lake Eola is, in the center of downtown Orlando where the big buildings are, there's this little lake. It's Lake Eola, and it has a park on it. And on one side of it is a band shell. And on the other side of it is like a residential area, and it's got an open area, and that's where they do a lot of the fireworks, and that's where the 4th of July fireworks are every year. And they have these swans that are on the lake. Now, if you look at the video, Steve, there's pictures of them swans trying to get out of that water, trying to figure out where to go with all this stuff that's falling down. There's a lot of video of that too as well.
Really?
And yeah, it's pretty bizarre. And the company I work for, we had them at Disney Springs, but we had our own drone department. They have their own department in the company that did theirs. We didn't subcontract to a company. We have our own department that does it, but I don't know. I think a lot of these drone companies are kind of on that same deal as these firework outfits, But it's cool looking in the sky and stuff. But all it takes is one software issue, and then things go nuts. I think they had over 300 of them in the sky, and they show them falling out. It's like rain coming down.
Yep.
You can see it. But I thought I'd mention it last night. I was like shocked when I seen it on the news. And a lot of people don't know about Lake Eola. I mean, it's just pretty much, it's like any other little small town. Have that place where everybody goes and they have their 4th of July and they have their New Year's and their Christmas events and all that kind of stuff. That's what this place is in Orlando. So, but that's all I got today, folks. I want everybody to have a good Christmas and a Happy New Year. Steve, are you going to be working New Year week? Or are you going to be off till after the New Year?
No, next week will be just like this. I will be here Monday morning and Tuesday morning, just like this week.
Oh, okay, so it's going to be an identical week to this one.
Correct.
All right, then. Well, I'll talk to you next week, and y'all have a good Christmas.
All right.
And I'll be out there if anybody wants to see me tomorrow. Be out there tomorrow, so y'all have a good one.
Out there working for a living. There you go. All right. And I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was. I'm assuming Gouger and the family's going to spend Christmas there at the Marina del Rey, and then they're supposed to be heading down to see the Mouse. Orlando, Florida. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I had to kind of chuckle. I saw Eskimo Mom. What was it, about 10 hours ago? Shared a screenshot of her dash showing, well, she's got less than 3 hours left on her 70-hour clock. So she said, stick a fork in it. I'm done till Christmas night, when the distribution center opens. Who was that rubber duck that said, come on, driver, you still have almost 3 hours on your 70. Get out there. All right, so she is actually off for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I guess she'll have to sleep at some point. All right, it is 844-3388. FreightWaves has been following layoffs in the transportation sector. And yesterday, highlighting more layoffs have hit freight-related companies across the country. 948 job cuts recently announced by companies in Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, New York. This is the fourth wave of layoffs across the supply chain industry since early October, according to all the WARN Act notices. Over the past 8 weeks, companies announcing cuts or facility closures include the likes of Amazon, GXO, UPS, Advance Auto Parts, Great Dane, Ryder, True Value, PepsiCo, Reyes Coca-Cola Bottling, LLC, Green Thumb Produce, 3E Logistics, and numerous others. Some of the latest, the delivery giant FedEx will lay off 341 employees at a facility in Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina, according to the WARN Act notices. 123 workers at a logistics center in Durham and 218 employees from a shipping facility in Raleigh. The layoffs at both facilities will mainly impact couriers and be finalized by February 3rd, they tell us. Now, this closure and layoffs are part of FedEx Network's 2.0 initiative to merge the company's express and ground operations. Anchor Glass Container Corporation said they will close a facility in Jacksonville, Florida. 144 employees. That's expected to be completed by February 14. Changing business needs require us to close this facility permanently, according to the company in a letter to state officials. According to the Florida Times Union, this facility was one of 6 manufacturing sites for the glass container business. Founded in 1997, Tampa, Florida-based Anchor Glass Container offers packaging solutions for the beer, beverage, spirits, and food industries. The company has 2,000 employees, 5 plants altogether around the country. The fresh produce distributor Russ Davis Wholesale announcing the closure of their facility in Pueblo, Colorado. 109 workers by January 31. This closure will be permanent, result in the permanent layoff of all employees at this location, according to the Director of Human Resources in the WARN notice filed in Colorado. Did not provide a reason for the closure. Among those laid off will be 14 truck drivers, 57 warehouse production workers. Wadena, Minnesota-based Russ Davis Wholesale has 800 employees and 5 distribution centers in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and North Dakota. Several others on the list, but we'll take care of a news break here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue airstrikes across Yemen after the country's Houthi rebel group fired 2 missiles at Tel Aviv. Trent Murray is there.
Netanyahu said Israel was prepared to act with the same force it deployed against Iran's other, quote, terror groups, Hezbollah and Hamas. The IDF in recent days has confirmed it's launched airstrikes on port, energy and oil facilities in Yemen that it says were controlled by the Houthis. The US Air Force has also been striking sites in the country as part of a coalition with the UK, whose mission is to try and protect international shipping in the nearby Red Sea.
US President Joe Biden's commuted the sentences of dozens of people sitting on death row, meaning they will now not face the death penalty. He took the decision to ensure President-elect Donald Trump can't resume those executions when he returns to the White House next month. Meanwhile, one of Trump's initial picks for a senior cabinet position has violated not only multiple congressional rules, but several state and federal laws, according to an ethics report. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand ex-politician, is alleged to have paid a dozen or so women tens of thousands of dollars with the general expectation of sex in return, amongst them an underage student who was just 17 at the time. The report also says the former Florida congressman used illegal drugs while in office. He denies wrongdoing. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to state charges in New York. Mangione was apprehended days after the killing in Midtown Manhattan and now faces federal charges, as Mitch McCann reports.
Luigi Mangione was led into a courtroom wearing a maroon jumper and light-coloured pants, with his wrists handcuffed and his ankles shackled. He pleaded not guilty to 11 charges, including first-degree murder, a terrorism-related offence, and 2 variations of second-degree murder. In court, the 26-year-old's lawyer spoke out against the treatment of her client, stating that his rights are being violated. She added he's a young man and he's being treated like a human ping-pong ball, referring to the various state and federal charges he faces. Despite the serious nature of the charges, Mangione has gained a following online, with some even considering him a folk hero.
And we're learning more details about the man accused of killing 5 people and injuring dozens more at a Christmas market in Germany. Our Europe correspondent William Denzelo brings us more details.
Taleb al-Abdelmohsen is a Saudi national who moved to Germany in 2006 and is accused of driving a car into the Magdeburg Christmas market on Friday night. Authorities say the suspect is self-described as an ex-Muslim who's expressed right-wing and anti-immigrant views. Officials say previous tip-offs about him had been taken seriously.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, and one thing I can give you a heads up on out there is we have a lot of fog advisories. North Dakota, South Dakota, much of Minnesota, eastern Nebraska. Also down into northern and northeast portions of the Texas Panhandle region tonight. As far as our latest Clipper system, yeah, we got winter weather advisories through the mountains of eastern West Virginia, northern Maryland, southern Pennsylvania, western PA, much of central and upstate New York. As the snow is falling. Meanwhile, later today, we're kind of watching for some storms to brew. A pair of storms that are going to swing out of the southern Rockies. Will lead to travel problems on and around Christmas with some localized flooding, severe thunderstorms, and patchy fog over the south central states. That first storm pushing from Texas and Oklahoma today, Christmas Eve, into Arkansas and Louisiana on Christmas Day. Now, there's not a high risk of violent thunderstorms packing the likes of tornadoes, but a number of storms will bring the potential for flash flooding, strong wind gusts, and even some hail to much of central and northeast Texas later today into the Tuesday evening hours. Looks like the risk is going to shift from Dallas in the morning today, Tuesday, on over to Austin and Tyler, Texas during the late morning and afternoon. In other words, Santa Claus and other travelers out there may have a bumpy ride around Houston this evening. Now, a couple of the strongest thunderstorms could produce a brief tornado, with that risk probably the highest near the upper Texas coast and maybe around the Houston area later on this evening. AccuWeather's biggest concern is for motorists facing poor visibility, slick or flooded roads in some of these situations from central Texas to much of Louisiana and Arkansas. As that storm continues to move northeast on Christmas Day, the risk of severe thunderstorms diminishes a bit, but the likelihood for localized flash flooding will continue, mainly from Louisiana and Arkansas to Mississippi, western Tennessee, and perhaps western Alabama. That storm then weakens after Christmas as it drifts on to the east, but a new storm rolls out of the southern Rockies Thursday, and that entire process repeats once again over the south central states. Thursday, a new zone of heavy, gusty, locally severe thunderstorms forecast to extend from central and northeast Texas to southeast Oklahoma to the eastern and central parts of Arkansas and Louisiana. Again, downpours heavy enough to cause urban flooding, isolated incidents of hail, and a small number of storms will bring powerful wind gusts that could, again, spawn a couple of tornadoes. The storm on Thursday is forecast to lift more to the northeast, aiming toward the Midwest by the end of the week rather than pushing eastward and kind of weakening like the Christmas Day storm. So, yeah, no doubt somewhat of a very active pattern continues here, but it is Christmas Eve. And Eagle, good morning.
Yeah, hello?
Merry Christmas, Eagle. How the heck are you?
Okay, yeah. Y'all can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight. First, I wanted to get to college football games that happened over the weekend. Just like I told you, Steve, Indiana didn't deserve to be there. They got completely humiliated and embarrassed by Notre Dame. The score is not as close as it was. They just let them have a couple of points at the end of the game when they had already taken out their best players, Notre Dame. So, like I say, anybody who's seen the first two quarters realized that it was a complete embarrassment. Indiana had no business being in that game. They could have put Ole Miss in or Alabama or somebody else. It would have been a more competitive game. You can't always go by record, Steve. Yeah, they were 11-1, but like I told you before, they didn't play anybody. And like I said, they didn't deserve to be there. Then you move on to SMU, another team that didn't deserve to be there. They got completely embarrassed by Penn State. SMU didn't. There were several other teams that could have definitely been there. Just because, like I said, another thing, just because you have a winning record, just because you did this, it doesn't mean anything if you haven't played anybody in the bowl committee or these people that pick these clubs. They need to start realizing that. And I would take a team that loses two. So what, you lost three, like Alabama. So what, you lost 3 games. I guarantee you Alabama is better than SMU or Indiana. You can't always go by, well, he lost 1 game, so he deserves to go. Sometimes you have to look at the team's schedule. They lost 3 games for a reason, because they played tough competition, unlike Indiana. And I believe the same thing is going to happen this weekend when you're going to see some more completely embarrassing games with two other teams that don't deserve to be there, which is Arizona State and we'll see who was Arizona and Boise State, two other teams that has no business in this playoff competition as far as I'm concerned. I believe both of those teams will get embarrassed this weekend too. And people like me will sit back laughing because we know that neither one of them deserve to be there, Arizona State or Boise. So I just sit back and watch both of those teams get embarrassed too. Now, let's talk about Ohio State, Steve. I've talked to you about them before. Ohio State, Ryan Day, one of the best coaches in college football. You still got idiots out there talking about they want to run him out of town because he can't beat Michigan. Last time I checked, there was a lot of other teams that didn't beat Michigan last year either because Michigan went undefeated the year before. Ryan Day has one of the best records in college football over the four. There are several other teams that would love to have his services. If they run him out of town, I want to know who they're going to bring in. Who they're going to bring in to replace him. There's very few coaches out there. There's only two coaches out there that's even qualified to take that Ohio State job, and neither one of them are interested in coaching as far as I know, Urban Meyer and Nick Saban. And I don't think neither one of them guys are interested in coaching. There are no other available coaches out there that's even close to being as good as Ryan Day. So Ohio State, be very careful. Be very careful what you wish for, what you do, because if you run Ryan Day out of town, I can guarantee your future is not going to be very bright because that guy, he's the best coach available for your program right now. And they've been making a very bad mistake. Even if he has a bad game against Oregon this week, they still need to bring the man back because he's the best coach available for Ohio State at this point until somebody else comes available. And even if they do run him out of town, there's several other teams that would love to. He'll have a job. He'll have a job within the next couple of months, whether it be the NFL or college football. Ryan Day will be. He will be coaching somebody's football team. It'll be Ohio State's loss. Now, let's talk about this situation that happened in New York, Steve. Another reason why the border should have been shut down a long time ago, but we both know that Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris don't give a damn about the border. We're coming up on another year in less than 10 to 15 days. We'll be into 2025, and the border's still wide open 4 years later. And now you got a man that was in the country illegally from Guatemala, had no business being in this country whatsoever, had the nerve to set a woman on fire right in a train car in the subway in New York. Unnecessary. This woman wasn't bothering anybody. Said the woman was asleep. Guy didn't even show no remorse whatsoever for what he did. This is days before Christmas. He had the nerve to do such a audacious act, Steve. These people don't give a damn about the United States. They don't give a damn about you. They don't give a damn about nothing but themselves. And the sooner they get them the hell out of the country, the better. Simple as that. There's no nice guy when it comes to this deal here. You can't be going around setting people on fire. You can't be going around raping and killing innocent young American girls. You can't be molesting kids like these people are doing. It has to come to a stop at some point. And hopefully in 25, when Trump steps in that White House on January the 20th, it'll come to a stop. And these people will be get flown the hell out of the country because they don't appreciate living here and they don't appreciate what this country stands for, Steve. And I'm fed up with it, and a lot of other people are fed up with it. And like I say, hopefully everybody have a good Christmas. I want to say God bless that woman, the family, whoever that is, who lost her life to this audacious act by this individual. Hopefully her family can get some kind of remorse from the situation and know that this man should be get the justice that he doesn't deserve and get him the hell out of the country. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, if we don't talk to you before, Merry Christmas. Yes, indeed. And 15 before the hour. See what's going on with Pappy. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Merry Christmas to you and the family, and all the nocturnal listeners out here. Steve, did you see this? I guess Saturday Night Live brought up this dude that murdered United Healthcare. Yeah, and the crowd applauded and cheered. Did you see that clip?
I did not. No, really. Applauding the guy that committed the murder.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was when they was doing like the little news skit that they do, you know.
Yeah.
As soon as he mentioned his name, the crowd was like clapping and cheering. I'm like, Steve, did you notice this too, that when this guy was gunned down, cold-blooded murdered on the streets of New York, who have the city is one of most gun control cities in our country. Steve, there was no mention about gun control from our whacked out communist media. Did you notice that? Not one commentator on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, none of them had anything to say about the gun. Until a week later when that school shooting came out, then they were all like, oh, we got to do something about the guns. Steve just shows that these people have no values, no principles, no morals. Oh, and then today, the big guy come out and commuted the sentences of 37 murderers. What the heck, Steve? I guess his reasoning is he doesn't believe in the death sentence.
I never had heard that, didn't realize that he was anti-death penalty. That was kind of new on me.
That's apparently what they're saying. Steve, who is making these decisions, man? I seriously doubt Biden was like, you know what? Let's do this. Who is making these decisions? And then this lady set on fire in the subways.
Yeah.
The governor came out, Steve, like 3 hours after this occurred. She apparently didn't know it happened. But the governor comes out and gives a presser saying the subways are safer than they ever been. Steve, they will still lie to our face. They have learned nothing. They will still lie to our face, believe nothing that comes out of this White House. Nothing. News media, nothing. Believe nothing. It's a shame, but that's where we're at. Steve, I saw a video. I can't remember if I posted it or not, but I think it was in Japan. 10,000 drones was involved in this show. Now, that's crazy. I haven't seen any of this video footage yet that you're talking about, this accident
In Florida? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Wondering what the heck happened, man. If that was an accident, computer malfunction, or was it not an accident? Did somebody else intended for something to happen?
Some sort of electronic interference. I mean, that's... I've often wondered, like I said to Philip, when you've got all those drones, they put on incredible displays, and I mean, I want how do they not run into one another? And if one does, I guess you knock one out of the way, and all of a sudden, boom! It's just they're all colliding, right? Kind of like the domino effect, the big one in Talladega.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I don't know, weird something happens, a gust of wind comes by, or a bird flies into one of them, knocks it out of its orbit, and it goes into another one, and then, like you said, it's like a house of cards. It just falls. Hey, Bongino had some guy on a show several days ago. He's a SEAL Team 6.
dude. He's got his own show, I guess, a little podcast he puts on. Steve, they were talking about these drones, man. This dude was like, I'm not buying it that these drones are up here trying to detect radiation. I guess he was involved in some pretty heavy-duty government stuff back when he was in the SEAL teams and stuff. As far as trying to go undercover, anybody trying to acquire some radioactive material, right? He's big time in the know about this stuff. And he's not buying it. He said these things are too heavy, these rad detectors. It's not like I told you I had a rad detector in my trunk, man. We used to clip it on a belt like we walked around at the All-Star game or something. You know, that's kind of like an air monitor type thing. I don't know. I mean, they're not real powerful or anything. But he said if you're in the air, several hundred feet up in the air, and you're trying to detect some radiation, he said that equipment is heavy. Not that maybe these bigger drones couldn't be capable of lifting it, but he said there's too many other ways to do it. He talked about, so that's no big secret, I guess. He goes, have you ever drove through a construction site and there's no construction equipment, but they got the barrels lined up for a mile? Maybe a couple big construction steel boxes, but no like bulldozers. And he said they, underneath them cones and maybe in some other boxes, Steve, sometimes, and when they're looking, if somebody, they might think there's something coming across the highways, they will stage a construction site and make it look like and force everybody into this lane, and underneath all them barrels, man, are sensors, sniffers, sniffing every car and truck that comes by within just a matter of feet of these sensors. I don't know, man. I'll see if I can find a screenshot. I took a screenshot of it. They said these drones have been around our military bases for years. That this just is not something that just has come up. That for several years there have been drone activity around our military bases. But I don't know, brother. What do we know, right?
Things that make you go, It seems like, the drone talk is, settled down a bit. I mean, I only had one update this past day where they're saying, we have the technology. I think the FAA has a tool, they say, that they're not making available to the local law enforcement and whatnot that could identify these drones.
Trying to recall what this dude was saying on Bongino's show. He was talking about the capabilities of the radar systems around our airports. Steve, he was saying, unfortunately, they don't have that capability. Now, he says there is the capability, but it's not something that just is established around all our airports. And maybe not all of our military bases. Some of our military bases, yes, but not all of them. Bongino swears up and down it's the Chinese spying on us. Some intel that he's got. I don't know, Steve. I would still hope, kind of first, and then we're not talking about all the drones now, neither, right? I mean, every drone up in the air is not a Dagon rad detector. It's not a Chinese spy, right? There are people flying drones up there. But I guess, these bigger ones, these Volkswagen-sized drones, are the ones that kind of making the news. All right, my man, that is all I got, I believe. Again, man, I hope everybody has a safe, happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, and don't eat too much and don't drink too much.
Be safe.
Just eat and drink enough to get you there, and be safe. All right, Steve. Merry Christmas to you and the family, the princess, everybody, kids, grandkids, and we'll talk at you on your next show, which is what, next
Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I'm sure the princess would say Merry Christmas to you if she could talk, but all she can do is say Merry Christmas.
I got you. All right, my man.
She ain't
we'll
yelled.
Try to slide by.
She hasn't yelled at me in 24 hours because she can't talk.
Uh-oh. Oh boy!
She got the whole laryngitis thing. Yeah, it's great. I shouldn't joke like that. News break about a minute away, but real quick, he brought up the drones. There's the drone sightings continue to puzzle authorities and residents throughout the Northeast. This report says a new tool developed by the FAA has the potential to quickly identify the source of these mystery drones. The feds have been slow to implement the technology, and local and state law enforcement report having no access to the tool. Fox News reports the FAA's recently mandated remote ID technology, which functions as a digital license plate for drones, could provide much-needed answers to the ongoing mysteries surrounding the numerous drone sightings. However, the agency's lack of resources, they say, has hindered the widespread implementation of this potentially game-changing tool.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett.
A NASA spacecraft, which is the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the Sun. The US Space Agency is hoping the Parker Solar Probe will help our understanding of how the Sun works. It'll have to endure extreme temperatures and radiation and will be out of contact until the 27th of December. Mission designer Yanping Guo says she'll be waiting anxiously.
The first beacon come to the ground on the 27th of December. But on the other hand, I'm pretty comfortable that we will hear good news and get more data from the spacecraft.
Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier has called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. 5 people were killed when a car was driven into crowds on Friday. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. Seoul, Washington and Kiev have said there are around 12,000 North Korean troops in Russia and around 1,100 have been killed or wounded. Laura Westbrook reports.
Pyongyang has already provided rocket launchers and artillery weapons to Russia. Seoul is now saying Pyongyang is preparing to send more suicide drones to be shipped there. These kind of drones have been widely used in the Ukraine war. The North Korean leader Kim Jong-un ordered a mass production of the aerial weapons, according to state media. Seoul says Pyongyang's growing military ties with Moscow could pose greater threats to it as it modernizes its conventional forces and gains combat experience. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs has declined to comment on the request as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster. Bangladesh's de facto leader, Muhammad Yunus, says Hasina needs to come back home to answer for her alleged humanitarian and financial crimes, both of which Hasina denies. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Bill Clinton has been admitted to hospital in Washington after developing a fever. The former US president is undergoing testing and observation, but is said to be in good spirits. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, continuing our gaze this week into the crystal ball for next year with the help of New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Steve Erlinger. He has been talking to the Council on Foreign Relations about some of the issues he thinks we should all be watching over the next 12 months. One of them is now in the disputed Golan Heights between Israel and newly liberated Syria.
Half of Syria was displaced or in exile. The country we call Syria doesn't exist anymore. So I think Israel's very worried that there will be a fragmented Syria. Assad was horrible, but he kept the border calm. And now there's a lot of anxieties.
And he thinks Turkey is going to be a big beneficiary of the collapse of the al-Assad regime.
Syria happened. Why? Because Iran's weaker, Russia's weaker. Russia's preoccupied in Ukraine. Iran is very, very badly damaged. And so the Turks, because the Turks drove this in Syria, and everything collapsed as in Afghanistan. I mean, it was rotten. The Turks are now going to be very powerful inside Syria. And again, that's not something that pleases the Saudis or the Gulfies, first of all, because Turks aren't Arabs, and they're not Sunni, and they're very close, as I said, to the Muslim Brotherhood.
On Thursday, we'll hear Steve Erlinger's thoughts about the outlook for Ukraine in 2025. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, a NASA spacecraft, the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the Sun. Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier has called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. And Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome in. Welcome. It's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas. All right, 24th day of December. All right, the question everyone asks, at what point do we stop the Christmas music? From Halloween Day to Christmas Day, it's Christmas, Christmas, everywhere you turn. My old boss, Daryl Parks, made a post the other day. He was in a local pub there in the Buffalo area. And he said, I hadn't been here an hour, and I've heard Santa Baby 3 times. Like 3 different versions. Enough already! You're killing me, Santa Baby. Well, hello to Dirty Harry, who says, Gooder morning, Steve, and good morning, America. Give a shout-out to my boy Doc Holliday. Got him a brand new 2025 Peterbilt. He's showing it off on his way home for Christmas. I saw that. He had about a 3-minute video he posted, said it's kind of like sitting in the cockpit of an airplane. Very nice. Had the built-in fridge, a nice, spacious bed. All right, he says, Dirty Harry, hope everybody makes it home safe and sound. Give a shout-out to the wheelchair Dave there. Hope all's well. God bless you, my friend. I'm doing pretty good. Still battling this lung cancer stuff. But you know how it is. I'm going to live because I'm a survivor. They don't call me Dirty Harry for nothing. All right, have a Merry Christmas to everyone out there. All right, you do the same there, Dirty Harry. And do I see correctly on the stream? What's up, yo?
Excuse me a second. I got a little throw up in my mouth. I just seen it testing. All right, I'm good now. What's up, yo?
What's going on, spaceman?
Well, guess who's back to work?
Well, people have been inquiring about you, and I said I hadn't really had an update. I thought you would be about ready to get back on the road, so you're back to rolling.
Yeah. Yeah, I came back Thursday night. I worked Thursday and Friday, and I'm out tonight. And actually, it wasn't totally on purpose, but it kind of worked out good. I've been off I was off 7 months and 3 days when I came back to work. But I'm not acclimated to, for those that don't know, I had a heart attack at work and went in my ambulance and got 2 stents last May 16th. And then August 27th, I had a quintuple bypass. Then I was off healing up from that for 4 months. And mostly the last month was just waiting for my sternum to heal real good.
Yeah.
They split you, from your throat down to the sternum. So anyways, I came back Thursday night, worked Thursday, Friday, tonight, but it's kind of nice since I'm not acclimated to the work, and you do a lot of bending and stretching and reaching and pulling doors down, lifting doors up, cranking landing gear, pulling pins, and just kneeling down, crawling under a trailer, climbing, a lot of climbing and stuff like that. And you haven't done that. I went to cardiac rehab 3 days a week and daily walks, but still, if you haven't done that for a while, you get pretty achy pretty quick. But it's kind of nice to work 2 days and 2 off, work a day, then 1 off, then work 2 and 2 off, went into New Year's. So it's kind of getting acclimated, back to working with, some breaks in between. But yeah, I'm back at it and doing real good. Seems like my chest is healed good. I don't feel like I never had a surgery. I guess that'll probably take a year. It just feels awkward. They harvested some arteries on the left side, so there's some numbness. But when you stretch, lift, or pull or whatever, it's still funny sensation.
Mm-hmm.
And you ever get like an electrical jolt? Like when you pull a muscle or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
All kinds of little, just don't feel right. I'm not gonna say actual pain, but sometimes you have a landing gear that's tough to crank or something. I used to, kind of get hyped up, put my whole self into it. Stuff. I'm gonna be a little more inclined to get a shifter or go to the shop or get some help or whatever. You get paranoid about you cracking that chest bone back and forth. But I think that's more in my head than the reality. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Only 12% of people survive the kind of heart attack I had, so I'd say I'm doing real good. My ejection fraction, that's how much your heart pumps out, and it's between 55 and 60, which is excellent. That's like that of somebody that never even had a heart attack.
Wow.
It's quite a job getting ready to come back to work. All the requirements and everything that you got to do.
Did you
physical?
Did you have to do the whole treadmill thing and all that, the stress test and all, to go back?
Yeah, if you had what I had to do is get there's different things for different situations. So I had bypass surgery. So if you just had stents, you would have to do an annual treadmill. But what I had to do is hold on a second. Things that were second nature to me 7 months ago, I need to pay a little bit of attention to here. See what I'm.
You were trying to multitask, right?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, what I did, I just went on a break, and 7 months, these little handheld computers and stuff.
Trying to remember which button to push.
Yeah, stuff you just do without thinking about. I got to think about it a little bit. Some of it's changed. Yeah, I had, so they have different scenarios for a heart attack. Some people have a heart attack and they don't get stents or bypass and come back to work. Some people figure out they have an issue and they'll get stents or bypass surgery and never had the heart attack and so forth. But in my situation, I had to get a EKG, an echocardiogram, and a letter from my cardiologist, and then take that to the DOT physical. And But I completed the one day I went to the dentist, then I went and saw my cardiologist, and then I did my last cardio rehab. You know, it was a long day, and I was getting all, and then the next day I'd seen my family doctor, but I had all that stuff together, and I was kind of excited about going back to work, and the place where I get my return to work physical was closing in an hour. And I thought, I should get a good night's sleep, you know, and then I can be real good and have a lower blood pressure and stuff, you know. You're probably anxious, you know, get that. Although I've had my blood pressure checked, you know, daily for 6 months, you know, and it's always been really good. Like 120/70, you know, really great numbers. 110/65. But you go in there and they, you know, it's for a DOT physical, and all of a sudden it shoots up, you know, white coat syndrome, they call it. But anyways, I thought, I said, oh, hell, I'm going to go for it. And I went in and did my DOT physical. So I like 4 doctors I'd seen in one day, and passed it, you know, and then went into work the next night. But yeah, I'm back. I plan on working until I'm 65. Health insurance, you know, is a big thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I think, are they paying Medicaid, Medicare at 65 or 66 now?
I don't honestly know the answer to that.
I know it was 65 for the longest time. I was reading over a few things the other night, and I'm not real sure, but I think that they might raise that to 66. But that's when I plan on retiring. You know, then you don't have to. You pay a supplement each month, but you don't have to pay the full health insurance. But yeah, with my amount of service, I've been in the Teamsters for 30 years, but I'd only been at UPS for 13 months. So after a year, they carry your insurance for 6 months. So I have to pay, you know, what COBRA is, you know, when it runs out, then you have to pay it. And I believe I'm going to have to pay a month. That would be $2,200. But when I came back, if I get 60 hours in before the 15th, then I won't have to pay. You know, they'll cover me for February.
Gotcha. So. Yeah, COBRA's off the rails.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's insane. Just imagine what the companies are having to pay on their behalf.
Yep.
You know, working, I don't pay anything toward my health insurance. I'll have co-pays. Now, my bills were around $250,000 from for the last 7 months, and the open heart surgery, there was one bill for $150,000, one for $65,000. I paid $100. So,
wow, really?
So yeah. You just, you know, it's great insurance, like. But when you don't work enough to cover it, it's a fortune. It's $2,200 a month. But you work 60 hours a month, and it covers you for the following month. So, you know, it's always kind of sketchy when I was gonna come back to work, because you never know what's Sorry, I just got to pay attention.
So, Spaceman, here we are on Christmas Eve. Is this not the night for your family tradition of watching Santa Claus saves the planet or something? What is
the Santa Claus conquers the Martians?
Santa Claus conquers the Martians.
Yes.
The
most need a refresh on that.
The most god awful science fiction film in history.
How long did you last through it? The 1 year I convinced you to watch that. How long did you last?
I think I got through 30, 40 minutes, believe it or not. Then I started kind of fast forwarding. It was pretty pathetic.
No, we didn't watch it last year, so I forgot, and I can watch it again. I kind of forget the plot and everything. It's kind of one of the movies you just have on in the background and just half watch, while everything else is going on. Which last year, we usually use Christmas Vacation for that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think we're going to watch one with Ralphie this year, Christmas Story.
Christmas Story, right.
Yeah, that's a good one. Just put that on, just all kinds of...
And just, you put on whatever channel it is that runs that pretty much nonstop over and over and over again all day.
Yeah, we could do that. I have the DVD, but yeah, that's good.
I forget which channel it is, but it's kind of a tradition that they play it like 24 hours straight.
Yeah. So, what was, before we hang up or after we hang up, can you cover Pennsylvania, central PA weather? It looks, the snowplow trucks are out on the PA Pike between Philly and Harrisburg. But once we hang up or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I know you had some, that you had some snow coming your way. But it wasn't supposed to mount to much.
Yeah, I was in a little bit of it my second night back. I went up to Williamsport. Anyway, you had a little heart issue yourself then. Are you trying to copy me?
No, I did the lung screen that they recommended, just a quick lung screen, and then the lung screen detected calcification in one of the arteries there. So they went in and did the full, what do you call it? Whenever they did the whole, inject the dye into you and whatnot when you do the scan. And they opted to put a stent in the right coronary artery.
Yeah. Wow. So you know what? In your situation, you didn't have a heart attack, and they called it. You had the stent put in. You'd have been able to return to work as a CDL driver within a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you would even had to get another physical. So heart attack's the game changer on that.
Yes, sir.
If you had a heart attack and got the stent put in, you would have to get a stress test, and I don't remember if that's annually or every other year. I don't have to do anything at all until 5 years, and then I have to start getting an annual stress test every year after 5 years goes by. So the bypass surgery is like you have you rebuild, you have a refresher, but they realize the arteries can start clogging again in 5 years. So 5 years from now, I'll start having to get an annual stress test. All right, well, glad you made it through. And what prompted you to get the lung checkup?
Just I had my routine physical, and the doc, my physician, suggested. He said, "Hey, we've got this, real easy procedure. Insurance covers it, and it's a lung screen. You've been smoking for umpteen years.
Oh,
and, you might want to just do the lung screen." The lung screen came back okay. Yeah, it's come back for another one a year later. But that screening detected the calcification it saw in the heart. So that was just by having the lung screen. All right, good to hear from Spaceman. All right, looking at the map here, what do we got? It is snowing in Pittsburgh. That line kind of stretches from southwest to northeast. Snow just kind of knocking on the door in Scranton. Yeah, it'd be light snow moving in. You got light snow back to Williamsport. I mean, from Harrisburg to Allentown, you're still a decent ways east of the snow, but see how quickly it's pushing from west to east at a pretty good clip. But again, most areas are talking, maybe a dusting to an inch. It's not going to be a big traffic stopper, anything like that. All right. Hey, Mike. Morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, to anybody that didn't hear, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to Spaceman. Hopefully he he clicks off after the weather or something real quick. He probably got another phone call to go to or something there. You know, he gets on them group calls.
Mm-hmm.
But glad to hear he's back and doing well. Yeah, so me having the heart attack and the stent, I have to do a stress test every other year. And, of course, we're knocked back to have to get a medical card every year. So we lost the 2-year medical certification there, so we got to go every year for that. But the stress test is every other year. So that's the game plan that we're in here, because we had the heart attack. And I'm pretty sure if you just have the stent, you don't even need the stress test. You just, you're okay to go just by, having the medical procedure, and you didn't have the heart attack, and, you didn't have the open heart and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, so I believe it's next month. You were talking space stuff, especially with Philip there, that they said something about all the planets going to line up in January next month, I believe. Have you heard anything on this at all?
To date, I really haven't seen anything.
Yeah, maybe that's something for you to look into. Now, I pick on you a little bit for the dark side of the moon and stuff, and the way things work, and why the moon doesn't turn around that we can see it. But here's a question for you, Your Honor. Have you ever noticed when you look up in the sky at the planets and the sun and everything, they're all round? Why is it they're all round, Your Honor? Don't they have any flat sides? I mean, like the Earth, when you look out at the horizon, it's flat. Like if you're on the ocean with the ships and that, and you look out across the sea, it's all flat out there to the edge. How come things don't look flat and square? How come all the planets and stars are round, Your Honor?
Who was the girl that called in here about a week ago that she believed the planet is flat?
Well, I'm not saying you're going to fall off. I mean, it keeps, it keeps going over and over. It's probably like a big waterfall or something, but, where you get to but you just, I don't know. It's just, you look at you see asteroids, you see pictures of asteroids, and they're in all kinds of odd shapes and everything. And, it's just, but every time they show pictures of planets and everything, they're always round. I was just wondering why they could be. Everything is so perfectly round. I don't know. Just a question. But anyways, speaking of that, you can still see the moon. The clouds it's kind of fuzzy through the clouds, but you can still see the moon. So the clouds haven't thickened up enough to have anything to be able to do anything with. But it does appear as if it's going to try to do something here this morning. And by 3 o'clock, they've been staging the salt trucks. The salt trucks are all getting staged after this heavy pre-treatment that they did yesterday and today. And so they're getting them all staged. And I don't understand why. I thought this was just going to be kind of a rain ice event, but apparently somebody's given word that they think it's going to be more than that, Your Honor, because they're putting the snowplows on. They're hanging snowplows on the front of all these trucks.
Getting ready for what? What are they going to plow? Okay, we pause.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. A NASA spacecraft, which is the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the Sun. The US Space Agency is hoping the Parker Solar Probe will help our understanding of how the Sun works. It'll have to endure extreme temperatures and radiation and will be out of contact until the 27th of December. Mission designer Yanping Guo says she'll be waiting anxiously.
The first beacon come to the ground on the 27th of December. But on the other hand, I'm pretty comfortable that we will hear good news and get more data from the spacecraft.
Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. 5 people were killed when a car was driven into crowds on Friday. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. Seoul, Washington and Kiev have said there are around 12,000 North Korean troops in Russia and around 1,100 have been killed or wounded. Laura Westbrook reports.
Pyongyang has already provided rocket launchers and artillery weapons to Russia. Seoul is now saying Pyongyang is preparing to send more suicide drones to be shipped there. These kind of drones have been widely used in the Ukraine war. The North Korean leader Kim Jong-un ordered a mass production of the aerial weapons, according to state media. Seoul says Pyongyang's growing military ties with Moscow could pose greater threats to it as it modernizes its conventional forces and gains combat experience. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs has declined to comment on the request, as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster. Bangladesh's de facto leader, Muhammad Yunus, says Hasina needs to come back home to answer for her alleged humanitarian and financial crimes, both of which Hasina denies. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Bill Clinton has been admitted to hospital in Washington after developing a fever. The former US president is undergoing testing and observation, but is said to be in good spirits. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, rest of the story on the drones said the FAA has technology that they should be able to identify these unidentified drones. Remote ID technology, which became a requirement for all unmanned aircraft systems earlier this year, assigns each equipped drone with a unique identifier, kind of like a car's license plate. This technology broadcasts a drone's registration details, coordinates, and altitude using a radio signal, making it possible to track and identify drones even in areas with low internet connectivity. Now, despite the FAA's announcement that it would provide a database accessible to local law enforcement, nearly a year later now, local authorities still cannot access it. The Belleville Police Department, the East Brunswick Police Department in New Jersey, confirming their officers do not have direct access to the FAA's remote ID database, even as the state grapples with these hundreds of sightings and growing public concern. According to the report from the Government Accountability Office, both the FAA and Department of Homeland Security lack a concrete timeline to provide law enforcement with access to this data. That delay could hinder authorities' ability to respond to potential threats or investigate suspicious activity in real time. Right now, local authorities have to go through an FAA Law Enforcement Assistance Program agent to request information on a case-by-case basis. The FAA acknowledging their inability to effectively handle these requests due to limited resources. They have requested $21.8 billion in funding from the government for the upcoming year. $15.6 million of that allocated for drone-related research and growth. They also plan to hire more special agents to focus on investigating drone activity. So with that in mind, I don't know, so every individual, like, Pappy, I guess, somewhere down the line has had to submit his remote ID information. Now, if you're a bad actor, just like in any case where the criminals, if you're going to purchase a gun legally, right, you got to go through the check and make the purchase, give them your information. The bad guys don't do that. The bad actors, the nefarious players, we don't need no stinking laws. We do what we want to do. If there are nefarious players out there, they're not going to be registered. You're going to take a look and you're going to say, no idea who this belongs to. No identity. Well, Merry Christmas to Senor Heatwave.
Merry Christmas, Senor. I might lose you here in just a minute. It's amazing how you can go westbound out of New Mexico into Arizona and have a signal, but as soon as you go eastbound from Arizona into New Mexico, all hell breaks loose. So talk about what Eagle was talking about, the college football playoffs. They have set a dictate of what you got to do to get in. And the teams that got in met the dictates. Mountain West champion. All right, well, that was BYU. Not BYU, Boise State. And they were ranked high enough to get in. We've seen what happens to a team that has 3 losses, as in Clemson. I guess now they got 4 after Texas beat them. And it's not saying a whole lot about the ACC, but they met the requirements. That's why they are in. Simple as that. Alabama didn't meet it, so gone they are. The drones, I had sent a video to you from Albuquerque about this thing floating around in the night sky. And it's pretty damn funny how they're only seen at night. You don't see them during the daytime. So, and for the government to say, well, they don't pose a threat, well, tell that to that little 7-year-old kid who was hit by one there in Florida. That's a hell of a way to spend Christmas. So, but out here doing a quick run. Went to Holbrook, Arizona, and it was 40 there, and just outside of Gallup, it's 28. Albuquerque, it was 55 earlier this evening. I mean, it's just weather's just crazy right now. Clear sky, but just pockets of cold, and now they talking about us getting white Christmas come the 25th. I'm like, well, I'll believe it when I see it. So it's about the way we all are out there. And but other than that, just wanted to get on and say hey to everybody and tell Eagle my offer's still out there. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. And I guess you saw where the minister had passed away, correct?
Yes, we did share that last evening. Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, since I didn't listen to it, I'm sure someone probably said something about it, but I didn't hear. So, but yeah, it's kind of a damn shame, And being as young as he was, I don't think he was that old.
He was just a few months younger than me. I guess he would have been 60 next year.
Yeah. So, well, it's too bad, but whatever he was suffering from, he's probably in a better place. And old Bill Clinton being in the hospital because he's got a fever. Well, has anyone actually seen what he looks like and thought maybe he's got AIDS or something? I mean, he looks rough.
Yeah.
And he's probably happy to be in a hospital. That way he's got newer and younger female nurses to look at and talk to and say that old hag he's married to. So that's probably a vacation for him. But it's the January 20th cannot get here soon enough. I mean, we got other things to look forward to, but January 20th, and you wonder what that jackass in charge in the White House right now is going to do between now and then. Was he going to try to give amnesty to all the illegal aliens out here?
I'm sure if he could do that with the stroke of a pen, he would.
Well, Reagan did that. I guess it was when 87, 88. He gave 3 million illegal aliens, amnesty. And he said at that time, it was only a one-time shot. So I wouldn't put it past Biden to go ahead and eclipse that by I don't know how many million. But I just hope nothing bad happens between now and the 20th. Because, without Trump in office, when we got the weak old man in there, someone's going to be playing a fiddle while they're watching the USA burn, and it's going to be a lot of Democrats. Of course, they'll blame Trump somehow. So, anyways, hey, y'all, Merry Christmas. Let's stay safe out there, and let's do it again next week. How about
All right, Merry Christmas. Send your heat wave, safe travels. And we'll talk to you again maybe early next week. Now, thinking back to, I'm pretty sure when Ronald Reagan, when that amnesty program took place all those years ago, the one-shot deal, if memory serves, legislation had been, that Congress had to authorize that. Kind of like what they've been bickering about for how many years now, so-called comprehensive immigration reform, where Congress comes to an agreement, sends something to the president. Congress would have to authorize legalizing, whether it's just the dreamers, which that has not been done. Individuals that, if you've been here for 10 years or 12 years, something along, they've got to come up with something. They've been debating this and unable to do it. I do not believe the president has any authority to just say, hey, I'm going to give amnesty to all these individuals. I don't think that's the case. Back to Biden yesterday, they're commuting the sentences of nearly every prisoner on the federal government's death row. A sweeping decision designed to hinder President-elect Trump's ability to resume executions. Biden commuting the sentence of 37 of the 40 men that have been condemned to death. The second mass clemency in the weeks following the pardon for his son, Hunter. The president called the death row commutations, which will instead sentence them to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, consistent with his administration's moratorium on executions. I did not realize there was a federal moratorium. So make no mistake, I condemn these murders. I grieve for the victims of their despicable acts. Ache for all the families who've suffered unimaginable, irreparable loss, he says. But guided by my conscience and my experience as a public defender, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, vice president, and now president, I am more convinced than ever that we must stop the use of the death penalty at the federal level. Now, he added that the commutations were also spurred by Trump's fervent support for capital punishment, saying he could not allow the incoming administration to restart executions for those he had spared over the last 4 years. 13 federal inmates were put to death during Trump's first term. In some instances, he took cases all the way to the Supreme Court to defeat their final legal appeals. Biden's commutations exclude 3 prisoners convicted for what the president characterized as terrorism or hate-motivated mass murder. The Boston Marathon bomber, Tsarnaev, the mass shooters, Robert Bowers, who killed 11 at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, and Dylan Roof, who killed 9 people at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Now, this does nothing for people sentenced to death in state courts, which far outnumber the federal tally. And I'm thinking that's probably why I had not noticed, because I know I've been seeing reports of individuals. There was just an individual put to death here in the last couple of weeks. I think it was Texas. The Death Penalty Information Center accounts right now 2,241 people on death row at the state or federal level in the U.S. or face the possibility of being resentenced to death in a new trial. Now, word comes down, again, this is at the federal level, the Trump transition team responding yesterday, slamming Joe Biden. These are among the worst killers in the world. This abhorrent decision by Joe Biden is a slap in the face to the victims, their families, their loved ones. According to Communication Director Steve Chung, President Trump stands for the rule of law, which will return when he's back in the White House after he was elected with a massive mandate from the American people. Trump restarted federal executions after a nearly 20-year pause back in his first term. Biden put them on hold when he took office in January of 2021. I guess that was one of those first executive orders there were so many of that I wasn't even aware of. But here in the state of Ohio, the Fraternal Order of Police chapter expressing outrage this past day, with the fallen officer's widow calling it distressing, in her words. FOP Capital City Lodge Number 9, representing Columbus, Ohio, called the reprieve given to the convicted killer, Darrell Lawrence, an inexcusable affront to the memory of Officer Brian Hurst, shot and killed in the line of duty by Lawrence in 2005. The decision to commute the sentence of Darrell Lawrence is an inexcusable affront to the memory of Officer Brian Hurst and the law enforcement community as a whole, according to Brian Steele, president of the Columbus chapter of the FOP. Brian made the ultimate sacrifice, and this decision undermines the justice that was rightfully served for his murder. We owe it to Brian and all officers who put their lives on the line every day to continue advocating for justice. Hurst was 33 when he was shot and killed on a special duty at a bank that Lawrence was trying to rob in January of 2005. Well, this is truly distressing news on a personal level for my family. It also feels like a complete dismissal and undermining of the federal justice system, according to his widow. Lawrence's sentence was imposed by a jury. It should be upheld as such. All right. Biden's decision means the likes of Lawrence and the other, 36 this past day will be removed from death row. We had another guy that shot and killed a 12-year-old girl after murdering her mother in 2010. Jorge Torres, who sexually assaulted and stabbed to death 2 girls ages 8 and 9 in 2005. These individuals all getting the Christmas gift. The Christmas gift of life, albeit in prison. Technically, it's, we, the taxpayers of America, just continue to foot the bill to feed, house, and clothe them for the rest of their living natural-born days.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind that.
Yeah, I'm thinking back, it was my very first radio job. Pretty much just being a babysitter, playing 30-minute religious programs. Way back in the early 80s. I think I started there in 1979, 79 or 80. And there was some sort of a planetary alignment. This may have been a couple of years after I had started working. I can't remember exactly when, but one of those preachers was talking about, this is it. This is the sign, the end of the times, the planetary alignment. The return is imminent. I remember the message. And of course, ultimately, the planetary alignment occurred. Nothing happened. Just another day. It's because no man knoweth the day nor the hour. Recall? So many preachers over the years try to pick certain dates, certain scenarios, the end of the Mayan calendar, this date, that date, and I don't know. So nonetheless, we do have, Horse Feathers asked the question about some sort of a planetary alignment coming up in January. According to the Rare Planetary headline, a spectacular event in the night sky will light up the heavens on the 25th day of January 2025. 25th day of January of the year 2025. Stellar observers will be excited to know Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn will appear within a similar celestial line. Similar celestial line. That's the way they'll look. Now, let's see. Next headline. What year will all 8 planets align? If you consider the 8 planets aligned, if they're in the same 180-degree patch of the sky, the next time that will happen is May the 6th of the year 2492. We won't be here, none of us. According to the professor of physics at West Texas A&M, there is, let's see, when can you see 6 planets? That'll take place January 21st, actually, of next month. In the evening, just after sunset, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Venus, and Saturn will kind of align in the sky, 4 of which will be easily visible to the naked eye. Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. You would need a telescope to spot Uranus and Neptune, I believe, was the other, right? That's, correct. How often do planet alignments happen? On average, the 3 inner planets line up every 39.6 years. The chance that Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune will all be within this arc as well on any given pass is 1 in 100 raised to the 5th power. So on average, the 8 planets line up every, would you like to wager a guess? The 8 planets line up every 396 billion years. Okay. All right. We won't be here for that either. 396 billion? All right. Final hour coming up. We've got clear lines, so help a brother out as we roll into that final hour this Christmas Eve morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. A NASA spacecraft, which is the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the Sun. The US Space Agency is hoping the Parker Solar Probe will help our understanding of how the Sun works. It'll have to endure extreme temperatures and radiation and will be out of contact until the 27th of December. Mission designer Yanping Guo says she'll be waiting anxiously.
The first beacon come to the ground on the 27th of December. But on the other hand, I'm pretty comfortable that we will hear good news and get more data from the spacecraft.
Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. 5 people were killed when a car was driven into crowds on Friday. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. Seoul, Washington and Kiev have said there are around 12,000 North Korean troops in Russia and around 1,100 have been killed or wounded. Laura Westbrook reports.
Pyongyang has already provided rocket launchers and artillery weapons to Russia. Seoul is now saying Pyongyang is preparing to send more suicide drones to be shipped there. These kind of drones have been widely used in the Ukraine war. The North Korean leader Kim Jong-un ordered a mass production of the aerial weapons, according to state media. Seoul says Pyongyang's growing military ties with Moscow could pose greater threats to it as it modernizes its conventional forces and gains combat experience. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs has declined to comment on the request as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster. Bangladesh's de facto leader, Muhammad Yunus, says Hasina needs to come back home to answer for her alleged humanitarian and financial crimes, both of which Hasina denies. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Bill Clinton has been admitted to hospital in Washington after developing a fever. The former US president is undergoing testing and observation, but is said to be in good spirits. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, continuing our gaze this week into the crystal ball for next year with the help of New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Steve Erlinger. He has been talking to the Council on Foreign Relations about some of the issues he thinks we should all be watching over the next 12 months. One of them is now in the disputed Golan Heights between Israel and newly liberated Syria.
Half of Syria was displaced or in exile. The country we call Syria doesn't exist anymore. So I think Israel's very worried that there will be a fragmented Syria. Assad was horrible, but he kept the border calm. And now there's a lot of anxieties.
And he thinks Turkey is going to be a big beneficiary of the collapse of the al-Assad regime.
Syria happened. Why? Because Iran's weaker, Russia's weaker. Russia's preoccupied in Ukraine. Iran is very, very badly damaged. And so the Turks, because the Turks drove this in Syria and everything collapsed as in Afghanistan. I mean, it was rotten. The Turks are now going to be very powerful inside Syria. And again, that's not something that pleases the Saudis or the Gulfies. First of all, because Turks aren't Arabs, and they're not Sunni, and they're very close, as I said, to the Muslim Brotherhood.
On Thursday, we'll hear Steve Erlinger's thoughts about the outlook for Ukraine in 2025. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, a NASA spacecraft, the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the sun. Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. And Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Here we go, final hour. Christmas Eve morn has arrived. The jolly old fat man begins making his rounds in a matter of hours. As we touched on last evening, tens of thousands, maybe millions of kids will be checking in, tracking Santa Claus via NORAD. As we roll into Christmas Day. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Real quick, I was looking at... We left off there at the top. They talked about the planetary alignment thing. And there was a couple of other tidbits I came across. You know, when I was a kid, there were 9 planets, right? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Somewhere down the line, I guess they've had to go back and correct the encyclopedias and whatnot, because Pluto at some point in time was designated as a dwarf planet or something, not really a planet. The question was, will all 9 planets ever align? According to NASA, to be clear, this really can't happen. Even if all the planets found themselves on the same side of the sun, the orbits of the planets are inclined with respect to each other. So it is impossible for all 8 planets, or 9 if you insist on including Pluto, to form a perfectly straight line. When the planets do align, there is no meaningful impact on the Earth when the planets are aligned. Although NASA has used planetary alignment to its advantage when maybe launching missions to explore multiple planets and solar system objects like they did with the Voyager 2 Grand Tour. It started back in 1977. No big deal. All right, quickly, this hour, Ford Motor Company is donating $1 million and a fleet of vehicles to President-elect Donald Trump's January inauguration, according to a spokesperson this past day. Why would they? Well, it's kind of like the old, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. Policies on tariffs and electric vehicles that are being considered by the incoming administration would likely affect all the Detroit automakers like Ford, who are struggling to ramp up and sell their battery-powered models. Of course, Trump has proposed significant tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, as well as killing the electric vehicle tax credit that actually benefits Ford. Ford CEO Jim Farley told reporters earlier this month he was optimistic that Trump would be open to hearing the U.S. automakers' perspectives on these things. Now, given Ford's employment profile and the importance in the U.S. economy and manufacturing, you can imagine the administration will be very interested in Ford's point of view, he says. Yeah, other large companies, including Amazon and Meta Platforms, have also donated to the upcoming inauguration. Trump raised a record $106.7 million for the festivities in 2017, first administration. Democrat President Joe Biden raised $61.8 million for his 2021 inauguration. Contributions from companies including Pfizer, AT&T, and Boeing. So there you go. Yeah, there's more on the whole electric vehicle front, and many looking at kind of phasing out. I think I had that in my email. Let me see if I can quickly pull that up here. Yeah, a handful of states have begun adopting California's mandates for zero-emission trucks. New Jersey is one of those. The dealers there are pushing back. These are the rules designed to accelerate the transition to electric vehicles in trucking, requiring the manufacturers to ensure at least 7% of their total sales are zero emission in the states that are opting into these regulations. Right now, 10 other states have chosen to follow the Advanced Clean Truck Rules, otherwise known as ACT. Buyer's remorse. A push by dealers in New Jersey to delay implementation of the rules shows the battle lines over these mandates. There's no indication that this push will succeed. The rules are set to go into effect here, 1 week from today, January 1. And New Jersey's governor has indicated he supports that timeline. But the pressure for a delay is maybe a preview of an even bigger fight that is brewing. One over the state electric vehicle mandates for passenger vehicles. Yeah, heavy-duty trucks have an outsized effect on both climate change and human health. Emissions from big diesel vehicles contribute to asthma and health problems. California is uniquely positioned to address this problem because the Federal Clean Air Act, recognizing California's pollution problems and history of regulating emissions, allows that state to set its own stricter standards. Other states can opt in or stick with the federal ones. While the Trump administration is expected to roll back federal standards, state rules are likely to become more significant. And while the incoming administration is expected to challenge California's right to set these rules anyway, truck makers are currently in a partnership with that state. They've agreed to follow its rules regardless of electoral or legal outcomes. In exchange for honoring the rules, truck manufacturers have won more flexibility, like getting 3 years to comply instead of 1. The truck dealers, however, are not part of that partnership. And in New Jersey, they're telling the lawmakers this is not workable. New Jersey State Assemblyman Clinton Calabrese said a lobbyist for truck dealers inspired him to introduce a bill currently before the legislature that would delay this rule by 2 years. The public debate over that bill, which is not scheduled for a full vote, was unusually intense. At a hearing the bill had earlier this month, there was a clear theme among the truck dealers who showed up to testify. And that was, we all want a cleaner environment. We cannot do it at this point, the way this is written. I know we all want to do the right thing, but we just can't right now. Spencer Campbell says we are not California. We don't have the size, the capacity, nor have made the investments necessary to make this work. We've gone through this, the number of electric trucks that have been sold in these states, and it's nearly zero. I mean, just truly a handful. Yeah, the challenge is simple. There is no demand for electric vehicles for Class 7 and 8 trucks. According to Campbell, especially, which I represent in New Jersey, who sells both electric and diesel trucks. That's all we're trying to tell you guys here. Yeah, we have the policies we need. They're fully achievable according to the Environmental Defense Fund, though. There's people dying in communities from diesel fumes, according to the Coalition of Healthy Ports. Another speaker brought tomatoes from his garden, harvested in December. He says it's a sign of climate change, a reminder of the global stakes of this debate. All right. Would a sales hit justify a delay? Everyone involved in the debate agrees on one thing. There are real challenges to electrifying the fleet, particularly when it comes to the larger trucks. Not all heavy-duty vehicles are available in zero-emission versions yet, or the versions aren't practical for long-haul trucking. We know that. Then you've got the upfront cost. Good morning to Gilligan. Merry Christmas, Gilliclaws.
Merry Christmas, Steve. Yeah, Merry Christmas to all the listeners. As you all know, tonight's my big night. Well, one thing about the Gilliclaws, I don't have a very big one. Well, the fact that I only delivered the good boy and girl truckers, oh boy, there isn't many on the good list on deck. Yeah, I ain't got to worry about dispatchers. We all know they're naughty in line, so. Well, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I was trying to get Charlie sobered up, though. I don't know whether he can or not, but anyway, we'll see. Maybe he'll sober up sometime. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
I wouldn't expect Charlie to sober up till maybe sometime after the new year. I mean, this, when the holidays roll around, he gets on a roll, if you know what I mean. Let's see here. Pathfinder joins us. Morning, Pathfinder. Merry Christmas.
Good morning. Merry Christmas to everyone. I did the hypnotism for stop smoking, and it worked. A buddy of mine called me up, who I worked with, heavy smoker. His name was Jim. And anyway, he found an ad in the paper to go to the Holiday Inn, and they would hypnotize you. And it was $50.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I went to the Holiday Inn. There was a bunch of people there.
Yeah.
And they took us. It was really weird. We met in the lobby, and they took us in a big room, and they hypnotized us all at once. And the trick of it was, I guess what the hypnotism was, if you had a need for a cigarette, you took a drink of water. And it worked. It worked for like 9 weeks. And real good. And my wife was the warden there. Yeah. She was very happy. We saved quite a bit of money because smoking like 2 packs a day.
Yeah.
Out on the road. But, it worked real good. And then I got up to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on one of my runs, and they had a bunch of detours up there. They was doing a bunch of construction up there. And I was on streets that I shouldn't have been on. Cars parked on each side, and it was some tricky driving. And I ended up
going to the stop sign or stoplight, and there was a gas station open, and I wanted to see where I was at and everything, and try to get my bearings. I knew where I had to go, but I couldn't get there. But I ended up buying a pack of cigarettes, and so I was a nervous wreck. So I started up again. So, but yeah, it worked real well, and I was very happy, saved money, and I tell you what, quit smoking, your food tastes better. And, you know, I had the problems with the veins because it clogs up your veins.
Mm-hmm.
And, happy to hear from Spaceman. Yeah, so he can get on United Healthcare, which I did, which Yellow closed. And they've done really well. They're paying all my hospital bills and stuff, and it was real good. And of course, I got Aflac as well, and you can buy that Aflac like 5 different things, and I got all of them. I got hospitalization, sickness. I guess if you have a heart attack, it's like $20,000. But is a real, and if you're off work, they pay a percentage of what you make when you're working. Yeah, it's really a good thing. They sent me a check after you submitted everything, you know.
Yeah.
And they sent me a check for $13,864 in the mail. So I'm telling you that Aflac is really what do I pay? $224 a month, I think, for it. But so if I have a heart attack or something like that, you know, it's like a $20,000 deal. So I think it's worth it. But you know, insurance is insurance.
Right.
You know, I've got life insurance, and you know, you're betting on yourself, I guess. But anyway, Jim, who found it in the paper, I guess, he never did quit smoking, but it sure did work for me. And how's Big Ed doing? Did he go get his lung scan?
I spoke to him Monday morning, but he didn't mention anything about that at that point, I don't think.
Yeah, I hope he does. Like you say, it's preventative maintenance, and like Hot Shot Secret, he puts it. They put the products in your truck so it don't freeze up and starts and everything. And oh, by the way, I got my cold, and thank you. I'm working on it.
Hey, 'tis the season. We all love to pass it around, Pathfinder, right? You can't get it over the airwaves, so can't blame me. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out.
Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, looking at 25 past the hour. And I do believe Brain Dead... Are we still out there delivering those Christmas groceries? It's already Christmas Eve.
Well, we got to feed them somewhere or another, Steve. But on behalf of Dingbat, myself, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I get that wrong every time. But before I get to what I called in about, Steve, did I hear you say that Gila Claus was on a roll? Did I hear that right?
Well, I was talking about, Charlie Farkas and Charlie. Charlie's the one that's on a roll.
Oh, I was going to say, the only way Gila Claus could be on a roll is if he was at a bakery. But anyway, you were talking about the whole planet aligning and whatnot, and you kind of brought me back a few years. And me and the Dingbat were talking one day. Back in October of '92, we had somebody here predict that the city was going to have a massive earthquake because, for many, many, many years, they have been predicting that we're going to have an earthquake and the bridges will fall down and you can't get across the Mississippi River and all of that. And nothing happened. And then the same guy said, I think it was a few weeks later or something, he came back and said, oh, no, I got the date wrong and the time wrong. It's actually this day and this time. And wound up being a little bit later, and it's really sad how people kind of predict the end of the end of the city here in the earth. But it's crazy. But also too, in Memphis we have that pyramid, the Bass Pro here in Memphis, and at the time they were building the pyramid, and they had to go in and restructure it to this right on the Wolf River. And people were afraid that it was going to fall into the Mississippi River, Steve. But I heard that Nissan and Honda are thinking about merging. You heard about that, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and it sounds like it's a real deal. It might happen.
Nissan has been cash strapped. I mean, I go by their plant down there in Canton, Mississippi every now and then, and it's really sad how that in the past few years that it's really non-existent anymore. Plant's down in Canton, Mississippi. But doesn't Honda do a lot of those electric vehicles too?
I'm sure they've got some hybrids and electrics, but I don't really, I don't know what percentage of their biz it is.
I mean, it's going to be kind of interesting because I think Nissan doesn't do anything like that or anything close to that, if I remember right. But I could be wrong, Steve. But no, the Dingbat, she's got to work tomorrow night or tonight, and then she's off Wednesday night, so I know she's listening, probably driving around people crazy. So, Steve, but we're going to holler at you later. You have a good one.
Merry Christmas to you and the Dingy One herself, the Dingbat. When the announcement came down, somewhere midweek last week, Nissan shares, surged big time with that discussion of a possible merger. We'll give you more coming up.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. A NASA spacecraft, which is the fastest ever object built by humans, is approaching the Sun. The US Space Agency is hoping the Parker Solar Probe will help our understanding of how the Sun works. It'll have to endure extreme temperatures and radiation and will be out of contact until the 27th of December. Mission designer Yanping Guo says she'll be waiting anxiously.
The first beacon come to the ground on the 27th of December. But on the other hand, I'm pretty comfortable that we will hear good news and get more data from the spacecraft.
Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier has called for unity 4 days after the Magdeburg Christmas market attack. 5 people were killed when a car was driven into crowds on Friday. South Korea's military says it's detected signs of North Korea preparing to send more troops and weapons to Russia to support its war against Ukraine. Seoul, Washington and Kiev have said there are around 12,000 North Korean troops in Russia and around 1,100 have been killed or wounded. Laura Westbrook reports.
Pyongyang has already provided rocket launchers and artillery weapons to Russia. Seoul is now saying Pyongyang is preparing to send more suicide drones to be shipped there. These kind of drones have been widely used in the Ukraine war. The North Korean leader Kim Jong-un ordered a mass production of the aerial weapons, according to state media. Seoul says Pyongyang's growing military ties with Moscow could pose greater threats to it as it modernizes its conventional forces and gains combat experience. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Bangladesh has formally asked India to extradite ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. India's Minister of External Affairs has declined to comment on the request, as experts foresee New Delhi walking a diplomatic tightrope on the issue. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
It now remains to be seen whether India will agree to extradite Sheikh Hasina or not. Hasina, who was seen as being close to the Indian government during her term as Bangladesh's Prime Minister, has been in India since August 5 after violent protests forced her to flee Dhaka. India's Foreign Ministry has acknowledged receiving a diplomatic note from Dhaka but has skirted questions on her extradition. Experts say New Delhi could refuse the request on humanitarian grounds, but it could hold back India-Bangladesh ties that the two countries are hoping to rebuild after Hasina's ouster. Bangladesh's de facto leader, Muhammad Yunus, says Hasina needs to come back home to answer for her alleged humanitarian and financial crimes, both of which Hasina denies. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Bill Clinton has been admitted to hospital in Washington after developing a fever. The former US president is undergoing testing and observation, but is said to be in good spirits. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Word came down last week. It was Nissan. Nissan Motors shares saw a record surge after the initial reports that the struggling Japanese automakers looking to merge with Honda, forming a bigger entity that could compete with some of the larger rivals and invest more in the growing market for electric vehicles, which kind of made me scratch my head. I said, well, growing market. Every other automaker is saying the demand for EVs is shrinking rapidly. Yeah, those who were interested have already taken the bait, purchased. Some who have actually have buyer's remorse. I don't fall for that narrative. Nonetheless, Nissan shares gained 23.7%, notching the firm's best day since 1985. FactSet said they don't have records for the company's share price any earlier than 1985. Honda and Nissan, though, are considering operating under a holding company and will soon sign a memorandum of understanding. According to the report, they plan to eventually bring Mitsubishi Motors, in which Nissan is the top shareholder with a 24% stake, under that holding company. Speaking to CNBC, a global client leader for mobility at research firm Frost & Sullivan said the merger was triggered by the financial underperformance of Nissan. They have really been struggling. I mean, the threat of possibly going under. Nissan had posted last month downbeat results for the second quarter, ended September, slashed their full-year revenue and operating outlook. They also announced plans to slash 9,000 jobs and cut global production by 20% amid fierce competition in their major markets. Nissan really didn't have a leadership position in any one of the segments they competed in. Nissan said media reports that they're considering a business integration with Honda are not based on an announcement from the company. They said it is considering various possibilities for future collaboration with Honda and Mitsubishi. No decisions have been firmly made at this point. Frost & Sullivan said the merger, should it materialize, though, will allow all three automakers to gain access to technology, to de-risk innovation, and create economics of scale. The combined entity will have expertise in not only traditional internal combustion engines, but also hybrids, battery electric, and hydrogen vehicles. As automakers are currently investing in both internal combustion vehicles and battery-powered EVs, a merger between Honda, Japan's second largest auto, and Nissan, the number 3, would mitigate innovation risks. The combined Nissan-Honda-Mitsubishi enterprise would equate to more than 8 million vehicle sales annually. They would place the company among the world's largest automakers, still below the fellow Japanese automaker Toyota Motor, who sold 11.2 million last year, as well as the German automaker Volkswagen, which last year reported sales of 9.2 million. So there's been a lot of discussion about that over the past week, but all right, see what's going on with Pup this morning. Merry Christmas, Pup.
Hey, Merry Christmas, big buddy. Hey, you know how we was talking about that fighter jet getting shot down yesterday?
Yes, sir.
I talked to a buddy of mine today, and he is was a mechanic on the jets for the Marines and stuff. And I guess it is protocol that if like if they're flying over the United States or friendly territory, they have identification numbers that they can turn on or turn off.
Mm-hmm.
But since they were going in on a bombing run and stuff, that was turned off. And if they lose communication and or don't stick to their flight plan, then they are a threat. And I guess it's, according to him, it is standard procedure if it's a threat just to shoot it. So that's how that all.
So it would be like, I guess, what do they call it? The transponder or whatever that sends a signal, that that would let the friendlies know it's friendly. But it seems like they would have taken off with the transponder on. I think you'd maybe turn it off once you're getting closer to your target. But I don't know.
That aircraft carrier just got into the Red Sea when they were launched.
Okay.
And gosh, I can't remember the other one that's there, the other battle group that's there. But anyway, Pete said that it has to, if they lose communication and or that other leave the flight plan, then it's considered a threat. So I guess everybody knows that as far as the pilots and the people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know exactly what happened. And, excuse me, Sean Hannity's been on vacation, and he had Greg Jarrett in there today. And he was talking to somebody. I can't remember who the heck he was talking to. But these pardons, especially with the federal people, they've done some heinous crimes, Steve. Oh, gosh. But if that is not Joe's signature on them pardons, they are null and void. And all of those pardons that he's done so far, they don't think he signed them.
Really?
Because I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember if it was the New York Post or the Washington Post, but they're turning on him big time. And they've got like 50 people that's in his, anonymous, but that's in his staff and around him. And they say it's way worse than what you think and stuff. So I'm hoping that they find out, because those guys need fright. But like that guy that chopped up the little girl and and all that other stuff. But I don't know. They deserve what they get. He shouldn't have ever done that. And I don't think it was him that did that. So you can look that up if you want to. But
do a little,
investigative
research.
If he didn't sign them, they're null and void. So, and he's already signed how many? 1,600 commutes.
Well, yeah,
300 some pardons.
Yep.
And everything, plus his son. Now, I believe he did sign his son's, but I don't know. That's kind of a catch-22. If I was a president and my son was in deep doo-doo, plus whatever they're involved in, I'd have probably saved his keister too. So, but no, Steve, you guys have a Merry Christmas, and all of the summer show out there and Hot Shot Secret, all them people, have a Merry Christmas, and we can't wait to listen to you next week. So, bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. And you got it. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Meanwhile, Trump he's just kind of stirring up some controversy. He made some statements about taking back the Panama Canal. Not going over real well with the Panama government. The marvel of engineering, a critical artery of global trade, has once again become the center of geopolitical tension. President-elect Trump has threatened to demand the canal's return to U.S. control, citing concerns over its management and strategic importance to America. Via the Truth Social platform, Trump's comments underscore a growing unease about the canal's operation and its significance for our national security. It is considered a vital national asset to the United States due to its critical role in our economy and national security. It is massively important for supply chains. 6% of global maritime trade passing through the locks. Approximately 40% of U.S. container traffic utilizes the canal annually. The U.S. is the largest user of the Panama Canal. In 2021, more than 73% of all ships passing through were headed to or coming from U.S. ports. Now, we know initially opened in 1914, a monumental construction effort led by the United States. Handed over to Panamanian control in 1999 under the Torrijos-Carter treaties. Those treaties negotiated during the Carter administration have been a long-standing point of contention among some politicians who see the transfer as a strategic error. This substantial percentage underscores the canal's critical function in reducing transit times between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, thereby enhancing the efficiency and competitiveness of U.S. trade. What's most concerning is where the Chinese influence, who's actually controlling the Panama Canal. Now, Trump's rhetoric goes beyond critiquing the handover to Panama. He's now threatening to demand full control of the canal if certain principles are not adhered to. He said if the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to us in full without question. That seems to revolve around the perceived unfair treatment of U.S. interest, particularly regarding the fees that are charged to American shipping. It's not only about economics, though. Trump's statements also reflect broader anxiety, as I mentioned, of China's expanding regional influence. Since Panama recognized China diplomatically instead of Taiwan in 2017, Beijing has intensified their economic engagement, including significant investments in infrastructure projects near the canal. The U.S. Southern Command has voiced concerns about these Chinese investments, stating that's a potential threat to U.S. interests. China's control over ports at both ends of the canal. Hutchinson Ports PPC, a Hong Kong-based company with strong ties to Beijing, fuels those worries. This control gives China substantial influence over the logistical operations that are crucial for the canal's efficiency. Now, this raises questions about the canal's neutrality, which is supposed to be maintained under the Neutrality Treaty, ensuring equal access for all nations. China's involvement, including the management of the ports, could allow it to sway or even manipulate canal operations, posing risk to U.S. commerce that heavily depends on this route. In other words, long story short, push comes to shove, something happens in regards to Taiwan, And, of course, we backing Taiwan. China has all kinds of ways to influence and impact detrimentally the United States. And that would be a significant impact.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, quickly back to the phones. Would this be the Midnight Mover?
Yeah, this is him. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I use your Hot Sauce Secret products quite a bit, too. You was talking about Ford's wanting to donate vehicles for the inauguration?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They ought to consider giving a vehicle or electric sled to Santa Claus, and that way those reindeer wouldn't have to huff and puff so hard to get off the ground. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that when they're going through the air, they're probably leaving out a little natural gas, so, you know, ain't good for the environment.
There you go. Midnight Mover, first-time caller, I presume here. Got you down for a first-time caller code. Hot Shot Secret, $60 voucher.
That'll work. I've been listening to you for probably a couple, 3 decades now.
And your first time calling after all this time. Okay, well,
yeah.
Well, what brings you out? Just you in the Christmas spirit?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know how it is. You got to keep the stuff moving where people have it on the shelf.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. I'll be off for a couple of days and have to be back out here after Christmas.
Okay.
But I know how it is in the radio business. You guys get all the time off.
Wait a minute here. It's great to hear from you. So this is just like your last run, or you got one more run before Christmas?
Nah, this will be it, and I'll come back the day after Christmas, and then do it 3 or 4 days next week, and be off for New Year's.
Good deal.
And
all right.
That is reality sets in.
That right? Yeah, you get the new year underway, and all the vacation, all the holiday time's over, and it's like, man, when do we get another 3-day weekend?
It don't happen very often. Guarantee you. You know how it is in the freight business. Got to keep it moving.
Yes, sir. Well, don't be
All
a
right, you have a
stranger.
great,
Yes.
Merry Christmas and all that. I guess we can still say Merry Christmas, right?
On this program, absolutely, you can.
Good. Appreciate it. You have a great day.
Yeah, that is actually the preference, right? Yeah, happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Okay, what else we got here? A couple of other quick tidbits. Or wait a minute, Charlie woke up. Have you sobered up for Christmas?
Good morning, Stephen. Fellow listeners, yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, there was a big disturbance over at Cogswell Corners General Store, Distillery, and Hat Shop. Unfortunately, seems like somebody spilled a little bit of distilled beverages on the Christmas tree. Well, it hadn't been watered too good lately, and went up in flames. Well, it wasn't a total loss, but Mrs. Cogswell's a little upset because she lost several hats in the fire, but those that wasn't burned was stalked and smoked and destroyed.
Yeah.
So now, well, I'm still recovering. Well, I want to tell everybody that just remember our sponsor, GMA and BS Enterprises, to get your last-minute gift ideas. That's right, folks. This is your last minute. You got 9 days. What do you mean? It's Christmas Eve. Well, what are you talking about, Gilla Claus? This is December 15th. I went to bed last night, and it was the 14th. What? I've been drunk for 9 days?
That's right.
Didn't know well, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Your time is up. Yeah, Christmas Eve it is. All right, I was looking at, we talked about the potential for maybe even some stronger storms later today. I mean, as the night has progressed, we've watched some showers and thunderstorms breaking out along that line. Yeah, eastern Oklahoma got some heavy rains. Oklahoma City, still some light rain, but the heavier stuff. On to the east, moving into northern Arkansas at this hour. Southern Missouri seeing some lighter rain. You got the transition line. Rain versus the frozen stuff. Again, falling through central Pennsylvania this morning. Most areas, you'll see a dusting to maybe an inch. Looks like the snow line has finally made it over toward Harrisburg. Yeah, on up through Hazleton, Scranton, PA. Light snow moving into Poughkeepsie at this hour. Yeah, warmer air trying to infringe over in western portions of PA. You've kind of made a transition from light snow in the Pittsburgh area over to some light rainfall. You've got light rain through much of West Virginia, southern portions of Ohio, down into central and eastern Kentucky. Rain should begin winding down. Well, there's a break in the action, I should say, about the Louisville area. Yeah, get on back into southern Illinois and, again, southern Missouri. There's more precip coming up the line in that region. So safe travels as you head out for your Christmas Eve get-togethers. Have a wonderful Christmas day. This is going to be the final program before we will be back for our Sunday night, Monday morning to kick off the New Year's week. Hope you'll join us there. And we'll have updates, college football predictions for the next round of playoffs coming your way.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I